Try a day of gaping. Hello, am I live? Chat? Actually, you know what? I just can't give up the money. I can't do it. I can't fucking do it. Nope, no Monkey King. We are a sage enjoyer. Monkey King just is not my jam. I'm just not going bananas over him like other people, you know? Yeah, Divios is really enjoying it. Although, it looked kind of rough when fighting an archer. I can't imagine that class ever having a chance against the stage. Or a lot of these fast-moving classes, but it's important to keep in mind, too, it's the first week of the class, right? The vast majority of classes become busted after, like, a month's worth of changes. So, I think it'll probably follow the same thing. They usually aim pretty low, and then they tweak it up. I feel like the follow notifications are kind of small. Oops. Weird war decks. Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand the Polyforest or the Lion one. Those have been up for a little while, too. The family one obviously makes sense. How you doing, by the way, Kel? Oh, fuck. Oh, that's right. It's one or the other. Slide into your DMs, Jessica Allen. Oh my goodness, Jessica, do you have some booty for me? Is that what this is about? You got some booty for me? Oh no, you said I missed the previous message. I'm a designer with experience in stream branding. I came across a stream and truly believe with a bit of creativity, polish like a logo and overlay that you can. Shameless. Absolutely shameless. It's me, your brother. Oh my goodness, brother, is that you? I didn't even know I had a brother. Wait, are you from another mother? And another father? Let me out. Say mother different way. What? That's disgusting. What are you even saying? Oh, it's gonna be so nice when I don't need to swap offhands anymore. I can't. Oh man, I'm. Oh. Just trying to get silver. Yeah, yeah. Bet you are. Bet you are. Yeah, me too. Me and Calb are gonna be neighbors. We're gonna own door-to-door castles. We'll meet at the border and high-five each other, and then we'll go and destroy all the peasants in our realms. Okay, what else are we missing? Hexiba. Da-da-da. We're gonna get turboed in that free-for-all. That's the thing about Awakening Sage, though, is we're really iframey. So just play to live, and they'll accidentally kill each other trying to kill us. And then once it's down to like the last 3 or 4, just make sure we take the harder targets out. And then leave the easier ones for last. Boom. Remember during the PvP 100 after season 4, was it? I got top 100 season, or maybe it was season 5. I can't remember, but I got top 100 one of the seasons. Oh yeah, it was season 4. I got top 100 that season, and then in order to be part of the PvP 100, you had to be one of the top 100. So I signed up, and then it was the exact same format, right? It was a free for all, and the people with the person with the most points for that set was the one that moved on. And I literally did that. They tried to turbo me down, and I just fucking iframed and ran with like a bitch. And they just, anytime I'd see them accidentally CC each other, then I would rejoin the dog pile. And this was back when we had more stamina issues. Imagine if we don't get any changes. Oh my goodness. Do I have a VOD of that? Let's see. BDO PvP 100. It was streamed on the official channel. I think, or wait, no, maybe it wasn't on the official channel. Oh, maybe Blue's. So I got lucky because it was a duel for spot for the first round, and Ronald Jedman was against me, and he ended up not showing up because he was playing Throne of Liberty. So I basically got a pass on that. And then round 2 was the free for all. So how they did the free-for-all was there was 4 groups, and they just randomly assigned everybody to 4 groups, but you were allowed 1 swap, and you couldn't see where everybody was swapping. So everybody saw their groups, and then everybody picked up if they wanted to swap or if they wanted to stay, and then you found out what the new groups were. So you could have made it better or worse for yourself. And then I was against... Where was it? Anyways, here's the Blue Squadron VOD of the whole thing, the whole event. But the stage 2 was the free-for-all. And then I ended up... It was tragic. Watch the VOD. And I hate being that guy to make excuses, but I was against... When it came down to the final 4, it was me, Armin, Mamo, and Disto. And it was just a series of tragic events. Because Mamo is a fucking unit. And with Old Sage, he could outstand me so much. And it feels like you're fighting a ghost. So... And Armin cheesed the fuck out of it. He went like 600 DP, and then he would just E-buff and bleed you, and then like V or vanish in the final seconds of the round to just win by health. And then Disto was absolutely tragic. I forgot to put in my Elcars. I changed one of my crystal setups, and I did have my Elcars, and watched that 1v1 against Disto and how many times he resisted me. It was unfucking believable. And I was getting so mad. I'm like, what is this man's luck? He's got to have like a 5-10% chance to resist me. And then after I fought him, I looked at my crystals, and I saw I didn't have Elcars in. I was so fucking mad at myself. That still means, though, he was consistently rolling like a 20 or 30 or 40% chance. But because of, that could have been like a 5, a 10, or like a 20% chance if I had the Elcars in, right? I ended up coming in at 3rd place, though, because by time I had to fight Armin in the final 1v1, because it was point-based, Armin was already the winner, and even if I beat him, he couldn't get enough points to lose. So he actually went into a normal build, and I fought Armin with his real gear, and then I ended up beating Armin. That was the same tournament.
This game way too fucking much. Holy shit, I'm a loser.
That was the same tournament. The thing is, too, is I could have super gear checked Armin in that tournament. If I would have actually went like a survivability, a more balanced build, he wouldn't have been able to one combo me, and I would have been able to one combo him. But just for the sake of fun, I went full blast, he went full blast, and we just went at it. But yeah, that was the tournament Armin won that belt. So when you see like the image of him holding the belt in the bathroom, I'm actually surprised we don't have that an emote in chat. We need to get on that because that's a funny emote. But I think in everybody's mind, Mamo won that because Mamo was playing his ass off. He beat Disto. He beat me. He was the one person that was actually able to get a kill on Armin in his DP build. Like, Mamo was playing his fucking ass off, as he usually does. I mean, Mamo needs no explanation to anybody who PvPs. That man is fucking terrifying. There we go. Oh my goodness. John is on it. John is on it. So, yeah, kind of a little bit of a bragging thing for me, you know. Armin may have won the belt, but I was the one person that beat him, even though he kind of just changed the parameters of the fight for me. Yeah, he would have got absolutely annihilated by Mamo if he wasn't able to do that cheese build. A wide version? Yes. Yes. Do it, please. I bet that shit would be funny. Another example, though, of people never being happy. We actually have a tournament that's based off of your performance in Solaire, and people were unhappy about that. There's literally no situation where everybody's ever going to be happy. I do like the idea, though, of using Solaire for qualifiers. I think, though, instead of it being like the top 100, they should just do the top 20 of each class. If you make the top 20 of your class, then you can perform in the tournament. Or you can apply to the tournament. I think that's like the best way to do it, in my mind. Because then it's a capped arena. If you're actually a good player, you can easily get top 20 in your class. It helps limit the amount of participants, so the fights, the tournament doesn't take months to run. I don't know why they don't just do that.
Zeth Bucket.
Like, that would have been perfect for AOS, right? Like, before this AOS season ran, they could have said, okay, if you want to participate in the best in class. I guess the biggest issue with that is the fact that you could run, like, Calb, what you could do is you could literally make 20 ult accounts and just try to make sure nobody else can get in the top 100 or the top 20, right? People would run duplicate accounts just to push everybody else out as much as possible. So I think they would have to make the change to AOS where it's class-based. But I guess I wouldn't stop people from making multiple accounts. Add a phone number or something? Yeah, maybe. That's not a bad idea. Just to make sure that, like, if you want to sign up for the tournament, you have to be, like, verified that you're one person. So this way, other people don't get pushed out. That's not a bad idea. Like, if you're willing to give your credit card information and stuff to PA, I'm sure you're perfectly fine giving them your phone number, right? Can't they see your hardware ID? Well, the thing is you can spoof that, right? But yes, like, anything you can do to make it more difficult, it can be a combination of things. Also, the hardware ID thing, like, there's some people who have different PCs. I think phone number is probably the easiest. Just make it so you have to attach a phone number to your account. Although, how do they verify the phone number? I mean, what's to stop people from just putting in random phone numbers? Or multiple phones, too. Yeah, you're right. It's the exact same issue. You can spoof your MAC address, too, but it's obviously more difficult. Your 10 armors went? Armors? A plural? Are you geared? Hitting in a one-tap? Oh my goodness. High five. High five, buddy. That's fucking sick. With a webcam to verify, yeah. And then they can use that for the tournament. You see that shit pop up on screen? Just the photo, obviously. Right? During the tournament, they say, okay, here we go, Mr. Zethy. And you see my stupid ass sitting there with messy ass hair. Oh, please. That'd be so funny. Looking like a mugshot, right? Oh my goodness. I want to pop more XP buffs right now, like my 530s, my 600s, all that shit. But I feel like maybe with them readjusting grind spots, so there is going to be this proper, like, progression, maybe they'll also adjust the XP per spot. And, like, maybe Adana will be, like, way better XP than what we currently had. So part of me wants to save them for that. But I feel like That's always my excuse for saving my EXP scrolls, and it never happened. It depends what path you're going. There's 3 different options. You can either do double pen Blackstar offhand and a Gem of Twilight, or you could do 1 pen Blackstar offhand, 1 C20 Nuver, and 1 C20 Kudum. Oh, I completely misunderstood your question. No, they have to be offhands. You can't use the main hand. Same thing like with the Sovereign Awaken and main hand. Like, you couldn't use a main hand and an awakening to get a awaken weapon, right? It had to be either double main hand or double awaken. And it's going to be the same thing with the offhand. Yo, what is up, Mr. Ronin? Wide belt. I love it. Oh, shit. You know, every time I see anything wide now like that, it reminds me, like that song that you see playing where you got like Wide Putin walking down the hallway. Da-da-da-da-da. You know the tune? Every time I hear that shit in my head now. Yeah, I like it extra wide. I think the extra wide is even better. It really gets it across. Yeah. Man, I'm not gonna lie though, I am jealous. That belt would have been so sick having hanging behind. Oh, I don't even have my camera on. That belt would have been so sick hanging behind. Fuck, goddamn it, I'm pressing buttons. Shit. One second, let me finish these mobs so I don't die trying to set shit. Okay, where the fuck is it? There we go. Boom. I wonder what resolution my camera is set to right now. That's good. Reform Smiley. Looked like Divios was doing pretty good with Orzekia yesterday on Wukong. Like if you're able to grind decently there, it's obviously a perfectly fine class. I'm glad that my suspicions were true because people were coming in my chat, as they normally do with every new class release, to be like, this class is terrible. And I was like, I don't know. There's some times where I'm actually doing a pretty good job with these mobs. So it's nice to see that it actually is a decent grinder. Yeah, when they get bombs and all that shit too. Yeah, the Magnus. Do Ascensions normally get a Magnus, right? Does Deadeye have Magnus yet? Yeah, Deadeye does. I thought there was one that doesn't. Does Scholar have Magnus? And it's mid? Gotcha. Yeah, it's crazy. Awakened Sages, sorry, Sages in general, their Magnus used to be like one of the top tier Magnuses, and now it's just kind of meh. Meh. Deadeye needs cores. Well, Deadeye's an Ascension. I don't think Ascension classes gets cores. A lot of newer Magnuses. Well, most Magnuses in general. There's actually just a handful that are actually good. They do? Does Scholar have cores? Oh, okay. Well, never mind. I take that back then. I don't know shit. Does Archer have cores? Shit. Okay. Okay. Well, look at that. The more you know. Can you tell that I don't play Ascension classes? Oh. There are other classes but Sage? True. Big true. Yeah, there's Savior, the big sword mommy. I'm actually so excited about... I've never been so excited about a photo of a class as I am with that. Because I've been just saying for years that there's like 2 class types that could potentially get me off Sage. And that's having like a Paladin type class. And I've said, as long as it doesn't have a lance, the sword didn't matter, but greatsword is like the ideal, right? Maces and stuff could be cool too, but... You know, who doesn't love a good greatsword? Or, like, the same kind of theme, but from, like, a Dark Knight type side, or a Blood Knight type side, right? With dark, like, a drain tank type deal that, you know, it does damage and siphons health from its allies, or from its enemies into itself. Those 2 things are things that could potentially get me off Sage. So, Savior has me excited. What if core skill give them CCs? You never know, right? A core could add a CC in there. A male DK with a great hammer. See, that's interesting. I like the ideas like that, where you got something that's kind of unique. You know who that gives me a vibe of? Who's that? Who's the boss? Not the boss. The bad guy at the end of like the first Guardians of the Galaxy. You know, he's got that the weapon. He puts the Infinity Stone in it. They're worried he's going to destroy the planet with it. A DK with a great hammer like that kind of gives me that guy's vibe. I think that's pretty cool. Ronan, is that his name? Oh my god, it is Ronan. CM Ronan, is that you? Is that your new main? What the? Ronan the Accuser. Oh, that's right. Yo, imagine a class like that. That'd be kind of sick. Oh, Ronan with an A. Oh, my bad. My bad. Okay, I'm sorry. Goddamn. Ronan's got his finger on the ban button for just getting a letter wrong. A class that loses in a dance-off? Nah, true! He totally did. Yo, I forgot about that scene. Oh, that's just funny as hell. Oh, goddamn. That's crazy, because you know what? I can dance. Oh, wait, where's the dance? Is this the one he does? I can't even remember now. I gotta look it up. Okay, let's see. Oh, this is with the green screen and shit too. This is obviously behind the scenes. Yeah, not my style either. Yeah. Just a little appetizer until Savior has been released. Distance is removal, yeah. Click to move, as much as I would much prefer it to be fixed, it's clear after years of them pondering this and trying to figure it out, they can't do it. It's an engine limitation, so removing it is the next best option, but classes need proper compensation. Like, I am very sympathetic to Awakened Zerker, because if they don't get proper compensation, that class is cooked. A global release of content is fucking massive. I think that is so cool. I'm so excited for Idana and not having to sit there in the bleachers watching KR do it and then eventually getting it and just knowing everything about it by the time we get it. The fact that we're all going to be discovering it together is super exciting to me. I hope they actually push our patch a day ahead or the KR patch, you know, a little bit behind, so this way we all go live at the same time too. But even if it is just a 12-hour difference, like KR gets their patch that night, we get it in the morning, that's not a big deal. So I think that's absolutely massive. I think streamlining gear, as much as I like having diversity in gear options, it's clear they've been having difficulty balancing it, right? And I think just from the gear perspective, I think having like your evasion and DR armors combined and your Kudum and your Nuver combined into just, you know, just stats, it definitely streamlines progression, but I think that might actually enable them to balance a little more effectively. Because now like currently, you got to remember, right? They're trying to balance classes around 2 gear sets. Like, how does this class perform with this gear set versus that gear set? And you have some situations where it's very clear where one spec is just super strong with one and super weak with the other, right? So I think trying to limit the variables might create an easier environment for balance. Streamlining progression as well. I think this is a start with them not only combining the gears, you won't need to swap your gear anymore. Like if you're out grinding and then all of a sudden somebody shows up, you don't got to try to swap from your off end from a Kudum to a Nuver, for example, right? Because you're just going to have one off end. I also think with them adding monster damage, a lot of monster damage for just having AP above 310, it's also going to make it so like if you get jumped while grinding, you're going to be a lot more capable of defending yourself, especially with them also streamlining accuracy across classes as well. So I really think that they are moving towards an environment where you will be able to PvP in your grinding set, which has me super excited as well. Because I think that needs to happen before we can bring open world back, because it doesn't matter what you do to open world. If people are still severely weakened when they're grinding, and they're just getting ganked by people in PvP setups and getting one shot or whatever, right? Open world is still going to feel like trash. You got to be able to grind while PvPing, right? When you kill somebody and send them to node, you should be able to do a lap or two while you wait for them to come back, and that's kind of like your reward for winning that fight. And then it's just like a battle of, you know, a battle of attrition. Whoever's winning more is making the other person run back and use consumables, and eventually they're going to get tired and move on, right? So I think that it feels like they're moving in that direction, and I hope they're moving in that direction, because that's how the game used to be, and people were a lot more willing and open to open world PvP when they felt like they could adequately defend themselves. So that's a little bit of speculation in that, but I'm hoping that's what they're moving towards. I see the potential of them moving towards that in the upcoming changes. I also think that the way they're talking about balancing the grind spots, how there is going to be this proper progression where like it looks like there's going to be more aggressive caps at the lower end, but as you get more gear, you're going to really notice differences and the ability to move on to more difficult spots. It sounds like a massive undertaking trying to get a lot more grind spots relevant, but I think it's going to create a much more exciting environment for new players. For veteran players, I don't think it makes that big of a difference, because like we've already experienced a lot of those old spots and we're not going to go back to them, right? But I think for the new player experience, like currently, for example, right? You do seasons. After you're done seasons, you're practically ready for Honglim, or maybe you are ready for Honglim, depending on your class. You stay at Honglim until you can do Dark Seekers and Pig Cave, and then you live there. Like, that's really boring, right? Doing just that for months and months and months. So I think, like, for the new player experience, if, like, every week, you know, they get some gains and now all of a sudden they can go grind a new spot, and then the next week they get enough gains that they can now go to a new spot, and you have that proper progression there, I think it's going to feel a lot better for new players and might help a lot with player retention. Got any spare change? I do not have any spare change. You know what I might have, though, for you, fella? Just 1 second. Let me see. Let's see. What do we got? What we got? What we got in our inventory? What we got in our inventory? Let's see. Hit him with a little trade. Target cannot be traded with. Target cannot be traded with. Try one more time. No, this man don't want to trade. I don't know. You got that gold chain, though. What is that? Is that like a penis? What is that? What is around your neck there? Oh, it looks like a little wiener. A little wiener around his neck. What is that? Oh, there we go. There we go. What do we have? Oh, I don't really have shit. You got some carrot confit, a marking reagent. There, I'll give you some carrot confit. There you go. There might be an option to automatically refuse trades. I thought I still had a hot dog in my inventory. I was going to give you that, but I guess I didn't. The whole evasion DR conversation is over now. As soon as we get the sovereign armors in a month, everybody's going to be evasion and DR. So you might as well just go DR now, because DR is more effective in more situations. And pretty soon, this is just going to be a non-conversation. Imagine if you could trade outfits. Oh, that'd be crazy. I mean, you would basically be able to convert real game hours to real money, right? Because at that point, if you could actually just trade costumes, I could use my silver to try to buy costumes from the market, and then go try to sell them to other people for like a discount. But that would obviously cause costumes to crash. Yeah, John. You hope Dons drop a Decky at Gaipen or Mirmok? I don't. I think it's good to have spots that have exclusive drops, and I think when you start giving away the same item to too many places, then it just crashes them in price, and now those items have no value at all, and all those grind spots become irrelevant. There isn't. Dons were just about to start. Well, they weren't starting; they were dropping. So we were already at a point where the supply was outpacing the demand. If you added more spots to that, yeah, it's going to happen so fast, especially if it's a spot that you can grind 24/7. Think about it, right? Most people don't do the unfortunate pig cave, and they're just doing the treasure cave. Now imagine if we had a spot that was open 24/7 that was dropping Dons regularly. Dons would be min price. No, the silver's gone if you do that, Dukes. That's one of my biggest complaints about the Karazad system, is there are people, like, forcing people to stick with Tet Debo if they eventually want to buy a Pen Debo is kind of annoying. They should give the option to melt down Karazads. A good example, too, Cavell, of that happening is take a look at, like, Origins of Hunger and Essences of Devouring, right? When these only dropped at Tungrad, they were still on the market and had more value. As soon as they added them to Darkseekers, they're min price sitting on the market, right? I think it's a good idea to have exclusivity to spots with specific drops, because then it maintains a purpose for those spots. You have the YouTube audio on again, so 20 seconds delay? Gotcha. Man just doesn't like my music. Instant deck offhand, that's what we're going to try to do. That was the whole purpose of me not going for my main hand. As I said time and time again, I'm pretty sure the offhand is going to be a much bigger upgrade than the main hand. I didn't even expect for a second that they were going to combine the two. I laughed about it and joked about it, that then they would just combine the two. But I didn't think that would actually happen. Yeah, here we are. They are doing it. So, yeah, it's going straight to deck. That's a much bigger upgrade than getting my main hand to deck. And then after that, the Alchemy Stone, going from Splendid to Shining. If I get the offhand easily, then I'm going to focus on the Alchemy Stone next. And once the Alchemy Stone's done, then the main hand. Tomorrow's going to be a very interesting day. Tomorrow we get Global Labs, chat. You guys excited about that? I'm kind of scared, because I think there's a very good chance there's Sage adjustments on Global Lab tomorrow. So are we going to get taken out back and shot between the eyes, or is it going to be a very subtle nerf like Awakened Megu? That's the question, right? I hope it's subtle like Awakened Megu. Mouse movement does. So right now you can mouse move Impaling Flash to get behind forward guards, and it's really strong if you're good at it. It is one of the trickier abilities because it does go off so fast, but if you get good at it, it is so strong. So yeah, having that is big. Also, you can use that to turn your Interrogate, so that's this ability here, right? I could turn my forward guard on my Interrogate to try to stay protected. You obviously won't be able to do that anymore. That also used to be a huge thing with Void Gateway. If you click to move your Void Gateway, you can keep yourself much more protected. There are even times where people would try to block jump me, and I'd flip that shit around so fast and catch them. Or at the very least, keep myself protected. So yeah, it definitely affects Awakening Sage, but just definitely not as much as other classes. I like the idea of them nerfing range grabs too. Right now, there's some ranged grabs. Awakening Sage, Hash, Lon, 3 of the main contributors. Sorry, not main contributors. The main perpetrators? Fuck, that's not the word I'm looking for. Anyways, one of the main people that need adjustments to their range grab. I think this is a good way to put it. Like, Awakened Guardian grab is basically a range grab too. If you look at like where the Guardian is when he presses E and where he finishes and where he can land the grab, or she, I guess. Awakened Guardians grab offenders. Thank you. That's the word I'm looking for. One of the main offenders. Awakened Guardian grab is much more of a balanced ranged grab. It can actually grab people from even further than Awakening Sage and Lon and Hatch can. Because of the step forward it does and how it stretches the pull out. It has more range than those 3 grabs. But the nice thing about that grab is there is that little bit of a wind up, right? And I think that wind up is important because it creates the situation where you have to actually know what you're grabbing. You have to see an ability that you know you can grab and then you grab it. Where like Awakening Sage, Awakening Hash, and Lon, they just throw that shit off cooldown. They don't even, like, obviously, it's always better to pay attention to what you're supposed to grab. That's obviously going to make you more effective. But even if you're just like a half-ass player of those classes, you just let that shit rip off cooldown, and you'll have moderate success, because it's so difficult to punish, right? Where Awakened Guardians grab, you have to be a little bit more careful with it. And I think that's good, right? I think that's a good change. And like anybody who's experienced a Guardian that's good with its grab, it is not a bad grab. Did tongue rat? This man's typing on his phone. He meant to type tongue grad, and it auto-corrected to tongue rat. Yeah, Corsair, same deal. Yeah, a pretty fair range grab. So I think it's a good thing that they're going to do the same thing to these other BS grabs. Pets actually finally scaling properly is going to be nice. It's hard to tell whether that's going to be a buff or a nerf, because as it currently stands, apparently pets are ignoring DP, ignoring DR, and they get stronger at nighttime, which is kind of hilarious. Imagine if pets are affected by monster damage. That's obviously the damage you do to monsters, though, so I guess the player would have to be the monster. How are they going to nerf the range grab? I just said they're going to add a bit of a wind-up to it, right? So, it's not just something you throw and you instantly cancel out of, like in the case of Awakened Sage. If you throw it at a bad time, there's going to be a... If there's a bit of a wind-up, that means the opening's going to be a little bit bigger. And that means that if you throw it at a bad time, you could immediately get punished for it. That's a good thing. OP? No, because Sucknova, their pets are more utility than they are damage. They're just there to CC you and annoy you. They're not really doing damage. So it's important to differentiate between pets and summons. Pets are something you actually control. Summons are something that just come out with your ability. And the way you can tell if something is a summon, or if you have summon damage, is take a look at Enlightening Bolt here, right? You see at the bottom there, it says in those pointy brackets, Arcanon effect, and then it has a second set of damage. That's summon damage. So any class that has that attached to ability, those are summons that come out as you do the ability, or just shortly after you do the ability. Those are the things that are being changed. Arcanon is the Sage's technology. Awakening Sage is a... is a time traveler, really, when you think about it.
You can tell it's a summon by the way it is.
Yeah, thank you, Howie. Good contribution. And the ancients. So Sage is part of a ancient race called the Ancients, an old race called the Ancients, and they were extremely technologically advanced, like way more advanced than anybody is today in there. And Sage basically, you know, brought the technology of his time with him. Awakening Sage in BDO would be like the equivalent if you had like a shotgun or any type of gun and you went back in time to the medieval ages and you brought it with you. People would think you're a magician. Take a look at Army of Darkness. I don't know if you've seen that movie. Classic, right? But he goes back and he has his boomstick, right? His shotgun, and they think it's fucking magic. So, like, it's kind of that deal, right? There's a game coming out like that, Kingslayers? That sounds like it could be funny. I granted him on my main, went back to Wukong, and instead of leveling up, it just said XP stored. Well, you gotta click on it, and you gotta click get XP. Ooh, we passed 88%, chat. We passed 88%. You did? Then you should have collected the XP. There's some type of problem between the keyboard and chair, Argent Dawn, if you didn't. If you leveled up, you gotta click it again, yeah. So if you click it once, it'll just bring you to like level 65, for example, right? If you're 64 and you click it, it'll hit you to level 65 and 0%. And then you click it again, then you press it again.
Sage is also a really bad parent to the kids he picked up to be his disciples, which is funny because in real life Zephian is such a good parent.
True, I guess. Sage is kind of fucked up. Any tips for restocking our loot scrolls? Just make sure you're doing all of the things that give you loot scrolls. Do your Pit of the Undying, that's 2.5 loot scrolls a day. If you have a value pack, obviously that's an extra loot scroll a day. Every week, actually I don't think I've done it yet this week, thank you for reminding me, but go to your loyalty tab and scroll down. There should be a stack of loot scrolls in here too. 3 of them for 300 loyalty. Make sure you're buying those. You know, and then they also give them through calendars and stuff. Like, so once you're taking advantage of all those things, if you grind with only blue loot scrolls, you will never run out. And even if you grind with yellow loot scrolls, you'll have difficulty running out. Unless you grind like more than 6 hours a day. Which is completely unrealistic for most people. Most people should never ever run out of loot scrolls ever. The Rift boss is weekly. Wait, what do you mean Rift boss is weekly? Is there loot scrolls from that too now? Oh yeah, that's right, those Dark Spirit Greed. I haven't been doing... Wait. I forgot about that. I should take a look at those rewards. Yeah, there's also that too. Good call. That's right, these are the new ones, right? That's right, these are weekly. 3 weeks, these scrolls for that? Shit. I gotta remember to do that. Oh yeah, there's also, like, if you do a little bit of Solaire, you can get 9 more loot scrolls there. I always forget to go through here. Yeah, there's even loot scrolls from Node Wars. Like, I could get another 100 from that. Like, if you actually pay attention to all the ways you can get loot scrolls, it's pretty damn hard to run out. Oh, I could get like 10 bill from selling these. Shit. Part of me doesn't want to sell them though. If for some reason they ever add. Yo, Mr. Grim 2! I appreciate you. Thank you for the raid. Oh, that's right. I got more to buy with these. Ooh, the Bulgacell emoji. Yeah, let's get that. The Oh no, we need to do more blue clad. I need 6 more of these to get that emoji. Shit. Wait, what's this? An orb imbued with the unstable power of flame. Blood red hue. Oh, for the Manor. Oh, that's where you get the statue from? Yo, I am definitely doing that. That statue is sick. I was wondering where that came from. Oh yeah, I got my seasonal journey stuff, right? More of these tokens. What do I even buy with these? That's kind of crap. I could get some money from those. Get 500 crons. Krog gear and sell, yeah. Aegir's coins from these is probably the best bet for sure. Those are fucking money. Plump coelacanths? What the fuck did I get these from? Tuvala exchange, streamy crystal balance. Oh no, don't need that. Those are all garbage. What about these? Corsair training box, 5 of each of those. That's not too bad. Need AOS to come out. Must play Wu Kang. Oh my goodness. Are you a Wu Kang Mang? Did you name your Wukong Wu Kang? Because that's actually a pretty sick name. Honestly, I'm just gonna buy that. Okay. Then we have this crap. I'm not really doing any life skills. Anything with the work supervisors yet? Oh, you can get these from that? I could get 82. That's so ass. Oh yeah, I forgot about these too. Can get memory fragments from that. I forgot these things were piling up. Yeah, I'll just take those mem frags. A little Atanus element. Some fruit of nature. Cool. So how do I do these? Polished stone, powder of flame, blackstone powder. I know I have all those. Polished stone. So you can make 2 of these statues? Oh, I actually already have them on me. Oh, let's pop this. On a move. Put those into there as well. Okay, so we needed polished stone.
Is that the end? Let's go!
Yo, good morning, Justin. How are you doing today? Thank you very much for the raid. I'm just trying to make these things, because I just discovered that I can actually make these things for my manor. I always thought the statue was so cool. Okay, what else do I need? Powder of flame. I know some powder of flame in here somewhere. It was 100, right, chat? I'm gonna have to grind up some rough stone, though. Do I even have rough stone? Oh, I have a fuckload. Wait. Where is that coming from? Okay. And then probably manufacture, right? Craft, Obtain, exchange. Wait, it just says usage craft. Doesn't say what type of crafting. It has to be manufacturing. I'm just looking for whatever lights that shit up. Is there a residence? Oh, craft at a furniture workshop and land of the morning light. Oh, I'm an idiot. Don't worry, chat. I can read, I swear. I swear I can read. Probably in Seoul. Here we go. Well, maybe not. Furniture workshop? There it is, baby. There it is. What do you mean, definitely not Seoul? I have it right here, you liar. Okay, Oh, wait, no, I didn't want storage. Yo, cancel. No, fuck. Ah, goddammit. Yo, can I sell it? Did I sell it? Sell it. Yeah. Get out of here. Okay, good. Okay, so we will go to Land of the Morning Light, go to IQON Street, and we will just dump this shit in there. Should have chosen level 3. Can you do that? Can you just go straight to level 3 and let her rip? You don't have to do it one at a time anymore? What do you mean? It's not working. Oh shit. Look at that. Oh my goodness. That is sick. Look at that. I'm a life skiller, chat. I'm a life skiller. You know what? We haven't actually tallied up our silver yet. I think I haven't done it in like a couple days. We should see where we're at. I don't know how long it's going to take to make those things. Okay, let's see. Let's see, our trash is now up to 168. So we got 10 bill more there. We are at one. Oh, we got 14 or 15 bill there. Okay, so. Oh, why did I put those in there? We're at 35. Getting a hunger number back up. That explains why I felt like I didn't get much devours yesterday. I was like, what happened to all my devours? Okay, now the crons. I wasn't paying attention how many crons I bought. Rebox outfits to put on other characters. I need to clean up this storage. Looks like we only got one costume. So, boom. Okay, now let's tally this up. Nice. We crossed the 5.5 trill mark. 5526. Boom. There's an event for 500 crons? Oh, is there? What do you got to do for it, though? Is it just like do 1 RBF, or is it win 10 RBFs? Because if it's win 10 RBFs, F that. Win 3, lose 3? Like win or lose 3? Or you got to do both? Oh, get 100 tokens. Gotcha. Okay. Well, I'll be honest, I can't be fucked. For measly 500 crons. How'd you get all the crons? Years and years and years. Quite literally, multiple years. Just, as time goes on, I buy costumes every chance I get. Every time I see what looks to be a costume listed to the market, I quickly open the market and see if I can grab it. And usually I can't now if it's individuals. I used to be able to. But people are sitting there just spamming refresh the market. But if somebody ends up listing a stack of costumes of like 10 or more, I can usually get one or more of them. And then, yeah, just doing that day in, day out. I see a costume get listed, I do this. Boom, boom. If it's a male or female, then I try to grab it, right? Basically been accumulating these costumes since the Black Star offhand was released. And now we're getting the Sovereign offhand. Think about how long that's been. I hope this offhand doesn't completely wipe me out of my supply just like the Black Star offhand did. Oh, shit, chat. Oh, goddamn. Yeah, it was kind of a weird pain. I haven't had it all today. Zethian as one of the most respected PA partners. Am I? Am I one of the most respected PA partners? Shit. I need a badge for that. Can you tell me where in the Heidel Ball they confirmed they were going to add 2-hour node wars? I think the Korean developers of Black Desert Online forgot they promised this 2 times. I don't remember them mentioning that. So... they should, though. 1-hour node wars are kind of nonsense. Although last night, man, we didn't need 2 hours to get our shit pushed in. God damn, we were slow last night. Vega was slow as fuck. Or was slow as fuck. Can't wait for lunch today. I got some English muffins. My wife bought some eggs yesterday. All that's missing now is no more guilds to start beefing with each other, and we're back to 2020. Well, we also need more guilds to beef with each other, too. We need guilds beefing, but more guilds as well. The best way to make more guilds, get rid of the alliance system. This is Awakening Sage. Small monsters do a lot of damage to me. Any tips to avoid that? Don't let them hit you. That's really it, man. It's either get more DP or don't let them hit you. One thing that can help is getting, excuse me, sorry, a plus DR add-on on the, a plus DP add-on on one of your abilities. That could help. Yeah, I don't think that they need to do that never ending. I actually would prefer them to reduce the guild size to 75 as well. Get rid of the alliance system, reduce guild size to 75. I think that's a very tricky change to do right now, because if people get kicked out of their communities because there's just not enough space, it might cause people to quit the game, right? Like, in a perfect world, you would like to think that if they basically cut the guild size in half from 150 to 75, that it would double the amount of guilds, but in practice, you know that wouldn't happen, right? You definitely would not double the amount of guilds in the game, because there's just not enough people who are willing to lead guilds. And Death would be finally kicked. Hey, I'm fine with that. You know what? Like I say, doesn't matter. Nerf Sage, if it's for the better of the game, I am with it. Nerf guilds, guild sizes. If that means I get cut and I have to go somewhere else, so be it. If it's for the better of the game, that makes me happy. Now, I'd rather have my cake and eat it too, but you know what? The betterment of the game is far more important to me than staying in a comfy spot. That's why, like, even though I would prefer this game to be significantly more PvP focused, I recognize that focusing exclusively on PvP and only PvP only caters to the diminishing existing player base and does very little to attract new players to the game. So the alternative is focus more on actual content releases, because that will actually have a byproduct of getting more people PvPing. If you have 5% of the player base that is currently interested in PvP, I'm using arbitrary numbers, but let's go with 5%, right? Let's say there's 10,000 people playing and 5% of them are interested in PvP. Well, if you do good content changes that doubles the population of the game, everybody that new comes to the game, it's reasonable to assume that also 5% of them will also be interested or become interested in PvPing. And that means that your PvP player base will double as well. And I think just getting more people in the game is going to have a much more positive effect on PvP than almost any individual changes you could do to any of the systems. But it also makes the rest of the game feel more populated and exciting, right? Yeah, I already have my horse. I am 47... Ooh, an origin. I am 47 away from having my second horse. I currently have, I believe it's a female, so my next one I'll get is a male. And then I'll probably just give it a quick level up. I won't try to min-max its skills or anything. But I'm pretty sure I will have to level it up and make sure it has all of its skills in order to, if they ever add a T10 version of Altarian, then I'll be ready to go immediately. Actually, maybe that would be a good thing to buy with, what was it? There was something I could use to buy. Oh, these mythical sensors, yeah. My gear now? Well, if you've been gone for 7 months, my gear hasn't changed. Because 7 months ago, we had... I'm pretty sure we had Karazad and Sovereign at the time. Yeah, I guess maybe I wasn't full deck Karazad, but everything else is basically the same. Oh, and a Kabua! We're popping off! Yo! Anybody want a Kabua? Yo, where's my limbo or my flame? We need a limbo or a flame now. This is why I love this spot. There's so many, like, the essences always feel good, but origins feel even better. And then you have the Kabuas and the flames and the limbos. There's just always something dropping that feels good. I want the quadfecta. I want to have a day where I get one of each. A limbo, an origin, a Kabua, and a flame. I have yet to ever have that happen. You dropped everything, but not in 1 hour? Oh yeah, I don't want it in an hour. I want all 4 in one day. All 4 in 1 hour would be absolutely crazy. Holy crap. We were going to have a shorter stream today, chat, because my daughters were going to have classes, summer classes, once a week each, so it would have been 2 days a week, one day for each of them. But we were talking to my daughters last night, and they're enjoying their time off, so instead of spending money on these classes, we're actually going to spend less and get a proper air track for them here at the house, so they can actually do their acrobatic practicing here at the house. Now the real trick is going to be just actually getting them to practice. Is Valencia 2 questline still hell? That's a good question. I haven't done it in forever. Probably would be my guess. Oh, are you kidding me? Did I forget to do that? Dukes, how did you end up finishing in Solaire anyways? Let's see if we can find Mr. Dukes. What were you playing again? We don't talk about it? Oh, is it bad? Let's take the downloads. I know you were playing Sage a bit. Yo, number 290? You went minus 200 on the last day? It seemed like the last day was kind of demonic for some people. He was abusing Awakened Sage? I don't know. I think he was trying to prevent us from getting nerfed. I appreciate you, Dukes. Thank you for your hard work. I'm sorry. I'm such a piece of shit. Did you play Warrior at all? I know you... Wait, what do you mean, please try again in a moment? Am I banned now all of a sudden? Okay, well, apparently I broke it. Whatever. I didn't even queue. I'm a straight bitch. Well, I didn't queue either. I did my 2 weeklies. I'm kind of annoyed that they didn't keep the weekly going throughout the whole season. Because it would have been nice to play like 15 more wins. But what you gonna do? You couldn't be bothered? That's how I was too. I already have my top 100 outfit. I fully expect there to be nerfs coming to Awakened Sage, and I just don't want to get used to how strong it is in PvP. So, it's kind of one of those things where like, yeah, I'll take the season off again, and then we'll see what happens, and then we'll adjust after. I mean, if they don't nerf Awakening Sage after this season, then it's obviously not getting nerfed. And if they get nerfed, then I'll just adjust to the new nerfs. So, hopefully next season will be within a reasonable time, and I'll actually be able to participate. Although, based on the normal kind of rotation that they've been kind of doing, it might be just when school starts back up again, so I might not actually have a whole lot of time to do it. You only did 70 games? Shit. You played a lot more than me. I played 13 games. Like I said, I did my 10 wins. I did 5 wins the first week for the dailies, and then I did 5 wins the second week for the... Sorry, the weeklies, not dailies. So I got the 500 crons extra both times. And then I got the 3 bill for just sitting on red rank. Easiest 3 bill of my life. The extra 500 weekly crons compensated me for the time in Solaire, and the 3 bill was just extra. Like I said, it would have been cool. I was hoping that if they were going to extend those weeklies for 5 more weeks, or sorry, for the full 5 weeks, that would have mean I could have played to 25 wins. And it would have been cool, because with 25 wins, there certainly is the potential to push to purple. Because with those extra 15 wins, if I had a reasonable win-loss streak, which was pretty easy as an Awakening Sage, then I could have got either to it with 15 more wins, or pretty damn close. And at that point, I would have been just like, fuck it, I'll play a few more games. Lock in the next tier rewards. No, it doesn't feel rewarding. That's the thing, right? Is like when your class is just blatantly strong, it just doesn't feel satisfying. You feel like you're expected to win. It actually feels so much shittier when you lose, because you just feel like you're expecting to win. Heart King got rank 1 again, did he? I wish that they would make AOS class rankings instead of family rankings, though. I really dislike that there's some classes that people cheesed other classes to get rank 1. Always fight the same class is boring. I think that's why they don't do that. You wouldn't have to always fight the same class, though. Oh, so their 1v1 is complete nonsense. Are you kidding me? The 1v1 disparity in this game is not even close. And you will never have balanced 1v1. That'll never work. The only way that works is if you're only fighting your own class. Because then you obviously have the same advantages and disadvantages. But even then, right, you would have to limit it to spec, because, like, in what world is a Suck Sage going to do well against an Awakened Sage? It'll never be close. And that's the same with a lot of classes. Three v 3 is not balanced as well, but that's the thing about 3v3, right, is there's a lot more variability with it, and team play and coordination can, like, you'll see plenty of games where just looking at it per comp, you're like, oh yeah, that team's going to get cooked. But then you have, like, good players that have good coordination that help overcome it. There is no team play and coordination to overcome it in a 1v1. It really just comes down to class. The skill difference between just knowing your class and how to fight your own class is vastly different than knowing how to play your class, but also knowing how to play against every other class in the game, and also coordinate with your teammates. You kind of skipped over the initial thing you said, though. What is it? Always fight the same class is boring. I think that's why they don't do that. So, if your AOS ranking was class-based, how would that mean that you would only fight the same class? It doesn't mean that at all. I think you misunderstood what I said. It actually gives more flexibility to play more classes, because then, like, if you're playing your main and, you know, you're doing well on, like, let's say on Awakened Sage, but I also want to say, hey, you know what, they just released Wukong, now I want to start playing Wukong and see how that does. I don't have to worry about tanking my Sage ranking. I can now start playing with Wukong and see how I do with that, right? And start fresh. Okay, now I really think that you're misunderstanding what I'm saying, Sandris, because if you're referring to the one class per team, that also has nothing to do with what I'm saying. Now I'm 100% convinced you don't know what I'm talking about. I'm kind of curious. Take a second and repeat back to me what I said, how you interpreted it. Like, try to reiterate what I'm advocating for. To me, like, pretend you're me for a second, and just try to repeat what I said, but in your own words. I just want to see if you actually understand what I said. Otherwise, if you're having difficulty understanding what I'm explaining, then I need to either try to explain it better, or we might as well just move on. But it definitely feels like there's a disconnect. No, I didn't mention anything about class rewards. So let me try again. Your rating will be based specifically off the class you're playing on. So if you have like a 2100 rating on your Sage, for example, and now you're like, you know what, I want to mess around with Striker, and you start playing on Striker, well, your Sage still has its rating, but now you can start playing on Striker, right? And you will start fresh. No, that's fine. I understand, Sanders. That's why I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. Usually it is a language barrier. So you can now like start playing on a new class, and you don't have to start, like if you're brand new on a new class, you don't want to take a Striker in there and be playing with Armin and those guys and you don't know the class you're playing, right? You want to start somewhere fresh against other people that are also learning their class. So you can play at a lower rating on a different class on your account and then work that up. Now your rewards will obviously be based exclusively on whatever the highest rating is, because it wouldn't be fair for you to play 10 different classes, get 2400, and then get like the Solaire Incarnate rewards 10 times. That would be kind of silly. But they could just make it so whatever is your highest class at the end of the season, that's what you get rewards for. Yeah. Does that make more sense? Like I said, I probably didn't explain it very well the first time. It felt like there was a disconnect in understanding there. The benefits of a system like that is it would stop people from cheesing one class to get the rewards on another, right? So, like an example, and they already have a minor system in place that doesn't do a great job, but like in the case of, well, I guess here he won't get it, because even though it shows him as the #1 shy, if I'm not mistaken, you have to maintain at least above a 50% win rate for it to count. So I'm pretty sure he won't get rank 1 shy. I'm pretty sure Apple Twinkie will, unless for some reason they forgot about that system. But I think there was another class. Definitely not Bobo. Definitely not Harking. Definitely not Kalb. Definitely not Poogie. Definitely not Mercenary. Definitely not Skull. Oh, I think it was Corsair, wasn't it? Oh, but he also has a negative win rate, so he shouldn't get #1 either. I mean, I guess maybe that's this system is still working. I still think that the individual queuing would be better, or the class ratings. I know Hero is just 1. Definitely not Belly. Definitely not Archer. I know that. What about Wusa? Yoda? No, definitely not there. Akari, maybe? No, even though he played a lot of games on LAN, like he got most of his points, earned most of his points on Meiwa, so he definitely earned to the Meiwa spot. Oh, wait, no, maybe not. Yeah, I guess maybe the 50% win rate thing is doing a pretty good job at stopping people from spamming games on a on a Let's Played class and then playing a ton of games on their main to steal that. Maybe Drak. No, DQ7 is definitely a Drak main too. Sork maybe? Maybe there are no examples this season. In season... Was it season 1 or 2? Maybe it was season 2. Like, we saw Windahy. I don't know if you guys know him. He did that with Sage and Musa. Oh, I think that was season 1. That's right. That was the season Musa was busted. So he played a bunch of games with his Sage, and then he just dominated on his... Well, maybe not dominated is the right word, but he played a lot of games on his Musa, which was the class that was broken in season 1. And he ended up taking the rank 1 Sage spot by using Musa, right? And systems like that, like... Obviously, that's a problem. That shouldn't be possible. This should be prevented. Well, that's what I'm advocating for, right? That's what the system that I'm talking about would remedy. Is you wouldn't be able to use another class in order to climb on a different class. Yeah, well, no, actually he didn't. So it looked like he did, but if this is still in place, and I'm pretty sure this was a rule, you had to have at least a 50% win rate or more on whatever one you're in. So he should get skipped over because he only has a 46% win rate. I'm pretty sure that was one of the rules for getting a rank 1 spot, is you had to have at least a 50% win rate. So he shouldn't get that. But maybe PA completely forgot about that rule. They always forget their own rules. We'll see. We'll find out, right? When those statues come out. What about skills that CC should not have protection? Nah. You know what happens in that environment? We were in that environment. Classes just don't use abilities. Back in the day, we had classes that were a lot less protected. And you know what happened? Is we just didn't use 80-90% of our kit. Combo started, you have 1 minute left to join? What the hell does that even mean? People think that if you give classes less protected abilities, that's going to make people less protected. And it just doesn't. It just means people use less of their unprotected shit and just sit in more of their protected shit. Like in the case, and this was one of the reasons why people hated the SA blocks in the past, because in the case of like Warrior and Velk back then, like they would just sit and block until another protected ability came off cooldown. They did that to a lot of classes. There was a lot of classes in the game that were bloated with CCs because they had a lot of CCs in their main hand for the Awakening classes. They did that to try to reduce the disparity between Successions and Awakenings. JD Vance is? I do not know who that is, aside from him being the vice president. They took too much protection NCCs away from Warrior and gave not back. Well, I mean... Then you look at Bobo, and that man's a fucking unit. But that man just has good gamer sense. Warriors definitely have a bad habit of making their class seem worse than it actually is. I think it's important to recognize the luxury of having an SA block and the mental fuck, why can't I'm having a hard time with words today. The mental resources that frees up, right? When your other classes in the game and you need to manage your cooldowns and rotate super armors and forward guards to stay protected while maintaining range and stamina. You're trying to do that while at the same time analyze your opponent and figure out, hey, when is this person going to open himself up, and am I going to be in a position to capitalize it? And like, you might see an opening, but you might be in a locked animation, a locked protected animation while you're waiting for it, and you can't capitalize on it because your current animation isn't going to finish in time, right? So it requires a lot more mental resources to be doing that all at once. Where Warrior has the luxury, and not as much as it used to, because your frontal guard does get locked pretty hard. But when you're sitting there in a Warrior Q block, your full attention can be on your opponent. You're not trying to manage your stamina. You're not trying to manage your cooldowns. You're legit just sitting there, looking at your opponent, waiting for that opening. Because as soon as they give it, you can instantly capitalize on it, right? And the only thing you have to be paying attention to is, okay, how quickly is he damaging my block? And if he's pressuring my block, maybe I'll need to do a quick little charging thrust away, let my block regenerate, and then get back close and have that, just the pressure of being in that solar flare grab range, right? There's a lot of mental resources that are freed up when you're sitting there in an SA block. So it's important to not forget that. And the same thing is true too. And you'll hear, like, bladers complain about SA blocks. Like, for some reason, R&B movement isn't the exact same thing. When you're just holding R&B, dashing around fully protected, that also frees up mental resources to focus on exclusively what your opponent is doing. Where you're paying more attention to your stamina, and the Warrior's paying more attention to his forward guard. But it's basically the same thing. Whenever I hear both of those classes, and I'm not trying to say either of those two things are overpowered, their classes are designed the way they're designed, right? They're trying to have these strengths and weaknesses and differences. I'm just saying, though, that it does free up resources, mental resources, to focus exclusively on what your opponent's doing, when all you have to do is hold a Q block or hold R&B to stay protected, and you're not worrying about juggling cooldowns. One thing I would like to see for Warrior is, I do feel like their movement is a little outdated compared to classes these days. I do think that they need an SA movement. Like, charging thrust, I think, would be a good candidate for an SA movement. It's on a longer cooldown, but at least gives them something once they're in, like, a bigger fight and they're surrounded by people. Having nothing but forward guard movement can be kind of annoying trying to get out. It's Norelio? JD Vance is Norelio? Thing is, like, Valk has more updated movement. That shit is like a lightning bolt. Trying to keep up with an Awakened Valk? God damn. Good luck. That shit's like a Lambo stepping on the gas. They should nerf Zerker movement? Well, that's the thing, is they are, right? Zerker movement is primarily a problem because of click to move and how much desync there is with it. Click to move is being removed. That might be a massive nerf to Zerkers depending on the compensation they give it. So I think we need to see first how the click to move nerfs affect Zerker, and before we go advocating for nerfs to it on top of that. Like, nobody wants their class to be unplayable, right? And Awakened Zerkers they're sweating right now. They're sweating bucket. Because anybody who PvPs will tell you there's a massive difference between an Awakened Zerker that's really good with their click to move and one that doesn't use it at all. It feels like fighting a completely different class. It's not good that it's affecting them massively. It's good that it'll reduce the desync that comes with it, right? And I think it reduce is important. It's definitely not going to eliminate it, but it will reduce it. I would actually rather them just fix click to move if they could, and make it so other people's clients can properly interpret it, so you can properly react to it, right? If you're, you know, on top of your game. Because I think anything that allows for skill expression is far more valuable and makes the game far more interesting if you keep it in the game than just dumbing it down more and more and more, right? But if you can't get that desync under control, you got to ask yourself, right? If you're an Awakened Zerk, when you do click to move and you manage to land that sick grab or whatnot, was that sick grab landed because you were using the click to move, or because the person didn't actually see and all of a sudden you appeared out of nowhere? It's hard to tell if it was actually because you were good at it, or just because the person didn't properly react because they couldn't see what was properly happening. But I do hope that they give Awakened Zerk some type of compensation, because like a lot of abilities on Awakened Zerk, if you just try to use the camera to turn them, it feels like you're trying to turn a train. Patricia Pocket Watch working on seasonal character? No. You need to graduate first and then you can use the Pocket Watch. That's one thing that's nice about a higher damage environment, is the Zerker hold isn't as dangerous. Because the Zerker is putting himself at risk. When you're being held in the air, you actually can't get special attacks on you aside from crits. Where the Zerker, you can get back attacks on them. So if your teammates are good and they can pressure the back of the Zerker, they can force the Zerker to put you down. Sage does have a... Awakened Sage has a grab, yeah. And it's getting nerfed soon, which is good. All range grabs should have more of a wind-up. If you have a ranged grab that you just spam off cooldown because it's that strong and so difficult to punish, then your grab's a problem. It needs more of a wind-up. It needs to operate more like an Awakened Guardian grab, which actually has more range than an Awakened Sage's grab, but you have to be a lot more surgical with it, right? The thing is, too, when a Zerker's holding you, I don't think they can V while holding you, right? I think they have to put you down first before they can V. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if I've ever had a Zerker V while holding me. Awakening Sage is a lot of fun. I love Awakening Sage. I definitely recommend giving it a try. Yeah, they can't be. So, yeah, they're definitely... If your teammates know to put pressure on the back of the Zerker, and that's the thing, too, go for the peel, right? So, a lot of mistakes people will do is they won't try to peel the people attacking. If the Zerker's holding somebody, and then, like, let's say somebody comes in to try to damage the person the Zerker's holding, try to catch the person that's coming to do the damage. Now you have the Zerker holding him, and the other person CC'd, and you're getting damage done on both. I personally have no issue with Zerker's holding. I had more of an issue with it when Vs were the old way, because then you were in a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, where, yeah, you V early, but now you're going to come out of V right next to them, and they're going to kill you, right? Because you'll get CC'd coming out of V. Or you gamble with trying to V late, but even if you do that, you might die in their hands, or come out of... I mean, you still might get sniffed coming out of V, but even if you don't, you're going to come out really low health and you're out of the fight for a while. Yeah, if you're in their hands, you can V, but you just can't move, right? Until they put you down. But even if you, like, V super early in it, as soon as they put you down, you'll do, like, the little roll as if you're coming out of V. Like I said, I have no issue with Zerker grabs anymore. Yeah. Flux Sage PV is good, and the outfit name. This is the Solar Knight outfit. This is for getting top 100. Minus the helmet. The helmet, I believe, is Exclatus. I've been liking this. Or Consular, sorry. Suck Sage is a good grinder. Well, the problem is most people, everybody wants to think that they are above average. And the reality is the majority of us are around average, right? Maybe slightly above, maybe slightly below, but close enough to be just considered average. There's a reason why there's people like Bobo who every season do really, really, really well, even on a class that is largely considered on the weaker end. Or you have somebody like Precision, doesn't matter what class he's on, he's always performing. Armin's always doing good, Divios is doing good, Flannels always did well on Ranger. There are some people who actually are above average and have really good situational awareness and class knowledge. Mamo is another example of somebody who does insanely well on Tamer, right? Everybody wants to think that the only thing holding them back from playing with those guys is either A, their class is weak or they don't have enough gear. But the reality is Those guys are just a tier of their own because they have the situational awareness. They have the information. They've retained the information. They have good reflexes. They have good communication skills, right? Good teamwork. I know I'm an average player. So I know that when all of a sudden I feel like I can compete with those guys, then I know my class is busted. I like to believe I'm on the slightly above average side and not the slightly below, but I know that I'm closer to average than I am to those guys. But I'm swiping. I should be winning. Yeah. True, big true. Of a sack of potatoes just sitting there, huh? That's what he says when he enters the men's locker room? Yeah. I make sure when there's 2 men at a urinal, I stand right between them. I take the urinal right between the two of them, even if there's a whole other set available. Well, that's only true when the class is busted, Master J. When classes are within reasonable power of each other, then it isn't as important. Obviously, in the case of Awakened Sage, right, you have a lot of brand new Awakened Sages who, on every other class they played on the past, they weren't able to hit top 100, and this season they did, right? So obviously, whenever it comes to whatever class is busted for that season, then it is more of a macro decision. But amongst all the classes that are within reasonable power of each other, it's a lot more to do with the actual player themselves. Is Sage getting a nerf then? I think it's reasonable to assume that one's coming. You underestimate yourself, and the proof is in the AOS night title. You versus Armin tournament instead. Well, the me versus Armin tournament, that was a gear-based tournament, so I was definitely able to alleviate some of my my shortcomings with gear there, right? I definitely outgeared at that point, outgeared Mamo, and probably the vast majority of people in that tournament. Some obviously more than others. Does Awakened Sage chill in PvE? It can be, right? There's a lot of really longer animations you can just chill in that make it feel very comfortable. But you're not going to pull spectacular trash numbers doing that. If you want to pull like really good numbers, like if you look up an Awakening Sage named Diego, right? He'll put out videos of him pulling spectacular trash numbers, but he's doing a much more sweaty grind, right? He's putting in those faster animations like Radiant Annihilation and Lightning Bolt, getting in those lightning surges and those shock relays and weaving that shit in between other abilities, making sure he's using the proper cancels. Optimizing pack pulling, right? Obviously, that takes significantly more effort than most people are willing to do if you want to start pulling those numbers. But, yeah, if you just want to chill, kind of like Awakened Guardian style, and do some longer animations, Awakening Sage has that available to you for sure. You deserve the gear? I mean, yeah, obviously I deserve the gear, right? But I don't conflate being geared to skilled. And I think there's a difference between being good at BDO and being skilled at your class, right? I would say that, yes, I'm good at BDO, right? I'm good at managing my time and my resources in the game to make sure that I am geared. And I think I'm reasonably knowledgeable about classes and my own class. So I think that in general I can say I'm good at BDO, but I don't think that all of a sudden means that I'm like skilled enough to say that I'm on the same tier at playing in at least in a PvP environment, as somebody like, well, all of those names I just formally mentioned. I appreciate that, Casual. I think I'm alright, too. I actually don't ever want the #1 spot either. Like, even if I were, I would hate to ever be called the #1. Because I feel like once you're at that spot, there's nowhere to go but down. It's just you're fighting this ever-long battle of trying to maintain that spot, and there's only one way to go from there, is down. When he's talking about being front heavy, well, that was my class, not me. And I was still front heavy, IRL, but it was more belly than cock. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, we were talking about the new outfit. Actually, that reminds me, I gotta actually clip that and send that to the team. Shit, where did I put it? What bag did I put it in? It wasn't Looking Frosh, was it? No, that one has a backpack. Oh, here it is, Summer Getaway. Look how ridiculous this looks on Sage. He has no ass at all. Like, you can't tell where his back ends and his legs begin. But then you look at the front, and it's like, God damn, he's packing heat. What the hell? Yo, did you make a clip of it? You rat. Of course you did. Oh, this is an old clip. Never mind. Damn it, I can never find which bag is empty. I wish there was like I guess we're not going to have to worry about this soon. When they adjust those boxes. Oh, what is this one? Why are you guys coming out with your fucking... Wait. Isn't this the same clip? Oh, it is the exact same one. What the hell? You're 10,000 feet up on a mountain watching Twitch on HD? Yo, are you really? Take a picture. Yo, take a picture and show us what the view is. After this 30 minutes is left on my house buff, we're going to take a little intermission. I'm going to go make some lunch for me and the kids. I actually have some hot dog buns too upstairs that need to get eaten. Maybe I'll make some hot dogs for the kids and... Shit, maybe I'll have a hot dog too. Hot dog sounds kind of good. I love grilled hot dogs. I'm a sucker for that shit. Ooh, a 5090 on Best Buy. Let's see how much they are selling for now. $3,700. Oh my god. Holy shit. Freaking robbery. Oh, damn. Oh. Wait, my chat's breaking right now. Not sure to share one from my phone though, Boomer. The only thing I could think of is maybe like if you were to go to like Imager and then just upload the image to Imager and then give us the link. Do you think 6k crons and 60 pities for Shining is reasonable? What is that? 18 bill per click. So 180 bill times 6 would be just over $1 trillion silver. I think that would be cheap. I would pay that in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. I'm paying that tomorrow for a Shining. I think that would certainly be reasonable for the stat gain, but would it be reasonable compared to the the value other people potentially put into it? Potentially, obviously, most of the ones that exist are cheated or they got super lucky. I don't think anybody's actually put in a reasonable amount of effort into those items. 10,000 crons and 100 biddies. I could see that. That's 3 trillion. And once again, I'm paying that in a heartbeat. That's assuming 3 trillion max too, right? I don't think that they will factor in opportunity costs into creating the stone. So, and it really depends, where are they going to value the material cost? Are they going to go based off of max price resources, like the iron bars and stuff like that? Or are they going to go off of min priced, or somewhere in the middle? And that can greatly, the value or the cost of going for one of those stones, if you eliminate opportunity costs and go off of min price materials, is vastly different, right? They also didn't say anything about reducing the success chance of it. They just said that they were going to increase the success chance of the other steps. So, we do know that Shining has a 3% chance to succeed. So your average is going to be, you know, around 33 attempts. Oh yeah, I'm going for, like I said, I'm going for the offhand first, pushing that to deck. Whatever I have left over, we're going for the Alchemy Stone, push that to Shining. And then if we have resources left over, then maybe we'll finally finish off our main hand. Well, that's the thing, is the cron amount will only be insanely high depending on how they actually value the stone. If they properly value the stone. They might not, right? There's an assumption there. I think it's very likely that they don't properly value the stone. I could see them aiming around 1 to 2 trillion silver from going to Splendid to Shining, which would be vastly lower, but then that kind of puts it on par with the cost of like deck weapons and stuff like that, right? I think that is the most likely spot that they aim for. Yeah, might not be a bad idea to just stop at Knob offhand. I also don't think that they want Vel to become obsolete either. So this is my speculation, my little theory, and this might not happen with the patch, but I think it will happen down the road, where they'll make it so you can take a Vel's Heart, extract your concentrated magic, Vel's concentrated magic back out of it, and they're going to let you put that on your other alchemy stones for +3 AP. Because if they don't do that, then Vels are going to be sitting on the market at min price, because nobody's going to use them anymore. The attack speed is way too valuable that even if you attach +5 monster AP per sheet AP, the attack speed is still more valuable than that. Do you think PA is going to increase the cron price again? Oh, 100%. And then they'll do it again after that, and again after that, and again after that. That's just the natural progression of the game. It's never going to stop. As inflation goes more and more out of control, as it will, as the game progresses, because, you know, they got to make newer, higher spots, give more silver. And as people have more silver, the weight of in-game effort versus out-of-game effort gets skewed. And if it ever gets to the point where it's not worth it to swipe, then they'll have to adjust cron prices and costume prices, right? Because PA is not going to just all of a sudden let the Pearl Shop economy die. That's their primary source of revenue. Do you have a question regarding the attack speed versus AP value? 1% attack speed at 6 AP. How did you come up with those numbers? It's going to be less than that. It really depends a lot on the There's other variables too, like the amount of DR your opponents have, as well as just your animations that you have to use. Yeah, well, it's not an 18 AP difference, because the implication of that, I see what you're doing. Plus 5 AP per one sheet is 15 plus 3 equals 18 for 3% attack speed. So that means each 1% is the equivalent of 6. But that's not the case, because you're implying that Splendid doesn't also have a larger AP buff attached to the buff to it. It ends up being more 13 AP, so that would be 4 AP per 1 attack speed. 4 and 1/3. And that's just for the Splendid. When it comes to Shining, it ends up being way, way more than that too, right? You end up being 5% attack speed for 10 AP. In which case, it's a 2 AP per 1% attack speed. There is the potential at the Splendid level that maybe, depending on how high they set the DR of the mobs, that maybe there's situations where you want that extra 13 AP over the 3% attack speed, but I think it's going to be really negligible. There's other benefits of having higher attack speed as well, like avoiding enemy attacks, right? Extra AP doesn't mean you're going to finish your animation quicker to avoid a potentially incoming attack. Attack speed affects you in many, many, many ways. There is no cap on attack speed, no. There's only caps on slows. There's some attack speed buffs that don't stack with each other, but Vel or Alchemy stones stack with everything. The primary attack speed limit is just running out of cooldowns. That's why for some classes, an attack speed stone actually can feel kind of shitty, because some classes you just run out of cooldowns and then you're standing there. I'm pretty sure Shy stacks with everything, yeah. Add-on stack with everything. I don't know, I'm trying to remember which ones maybe don't stack. Maybe there is. Maybe they do all stack. I feel like there's some that overlap. But I actually can't put my finger on them right now. Maybe somebody in here knows. But yeah, as far as I know, there is no cap. At most, there's just some buffs that don't stack with each other. Which speed spell and E-buff don't stack? Oh, there you go. Yeah, there's an example. By the way, nobody noticed. I trimmed down my beard quite heavily last night. I took about an inch off of all of it. You look more shriveled? Wait, does the beard make you look shriveled? We noticed. We just don't care. Yeah. Well, fuck you. Forehead looking bigger too? Aw, shit. That's it. I'm gonna fucking hide that forehead. There we go. I just took 2 inches off my forehead. Now I'm down to a 3 head. Yeah, my multi-chat is like broken right now. Oh no, never mind, I fixed it. I prefer the upcoming Testament? Wait, what are you talking about, Kythar? Let me scroll up. I feel like I missed something. Oh, shit. I've been ignoring a lot of your messages. Sorry, Kythar. Yo, Zeth, what's the name of the spot where you go pack to pack really easy and fast like Helms or something that is decent silver? I don't know. I don't really pay attention to spots like that. How does attack speed with cooldowns cause? What if you cast one of your skills too fast and now you have gaps due to skills being in cooldown or having to use other skills? Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. You were just responding to something else, and I guess I followed up on it. Or maybe that's E-buff and speed spell that don't stack with BSR. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, my multi-chat is really weird right now. Something's breaking with my multi-chat. And by the way, as to your other suggestion about using 2 Alucas in PvE, there's some people who do that too. For the extra 2% attack speed. Yeah. Oh, it's the most valuable stat, right? It's not as simple as people think it is. Some people just view attack speed as in, oh, okay, well, maybe I'll get an extra ability in my combo. But it's more complicated than that. Extra attack speed can allow you to finish an animation that you're locked in quicker. So, like, if you see somebody coming at you for a grab, that might be that 1%, 2%, 3%, 5% with a shining might be the difference between you finishing the animation and dodging the grab, or just getting grabbed, right? Or, if you're a class that has some gaps in your protections, extra attack speed closes those gaps. It makes them smaller. It also shortens your iframes, though, so that's also important to recognize, right? Some of your protections do get shorter as the abilities get faster. Also, right, people do hit you with slows, right? So having a little bit of extra attack speed helps offset those slows. So if you are slowed while trying to combo somebody, sometimes if you're slowed, you might not be able to get the re-CC off in time. Like, let's say somebody's coming at you and you need to dodge first before you throw the re-CC. But the timing on it is so tight that if you're slowed, you can't get it off, right? Well, that attack speed might make it so now you can dodge and still get the re-CC off. There's so many ways that attack speed affects you positively. It's truly just an invaluable stat for PvP. For PvE, it is a little bit more questionable. The nice thing, though, is like at any spot where you're hitting the caps, then attack speed becomes way more valuable, right? But even at spots where you're not at the caps, attack speed still has value. It's just like a valuable stat everywhere, a consistently valuable stat everywhere. Yo, what's up, Grimkill? Welcome back. You had some Wukong want a DSS spot for some reason. Man lost to Suck Sage 4 times. Hey. Wukong is, yeah, it needs some upwards adjustments, it looks like, PvP-wise. They really fucked with its spacebar ability, which seemed to be, like, one of its most important abilities. My evasion gear... I mean, I got evasion gloves, but, I mean, this whole evasion DR conversation is basically over. Once we get the Adana armors, nobody's evasion or DR anymore. Everybody's both. I can't wait for this evasion DR conversation to be put to rest. Well, it's a 7 DR difference, Life Skiller. If all you're ever doing is PvEing, then just get the DR gloves. If you play a class that can benefit a bit from evasion, and you PvP, then in terms of stat value, the evasion gloves are better. Ooh, somebody finished a little mappy map. You thought Wukong would be better? It'll be better, don't worry, give it time. Most classes, the first month, they are weaker than the general population. And then as time goes on, they get buffs and bug fixes and they become stronger. But that's most classes. Obviously, Suck Megu was just crazy strong off rip. But my phone just buzzed. Oh, telling me that my artifact sold that I already collected the money for. I don't think Suck Mystic or Awaken Mystic was broken off rip either. I think it was another. I think both Mystic and Striker, if I'm not mistaken, they came out kind of crappy, and they end up getting pretty big buffs. If I'm not mistaken, both of them were like riddled with holes in their protections like Swiss cheese. No, that was after that, Menzies. They came out crappy, and then they got like fully protected, and then they realized also on top of that this innate defense that they gave them was a problem, and then they nerfed them later. But I remember people complaining about specifically Striker. I remember, but I'm pretty sure Mystic too. But yeah, I mean, you could even ask Vert. I remember Vert was on Striker day one, and he was complaining about how bad it was. But like I said, I might be misremembering. Maybe I'm throwing in Mystic in the same basket as Striker, but yeah, Striker I know was pretty awful off rip. That shit was actually for floor POV. And then yeah, they overbuffed it, as they do. As they do. That's why anybody who hops on a new class and then tries to say that they're not flavor of the month because they started playing it day one when it was weak, it's nonsense. And that doesn't mean that they're not flavor of the month, but it also doesn't mean that they are flavor of the month too, right? It's just we gotta wait and see if the class. There's a like a 90% chance that a new class becomes busted. So you find out if somebody's flavor of the month if once the class gets nerfed, if they stay on it or not. The top 20 AOS players are in this chat? Are they? God damn. Probably talking amongst each other saying, what is old man Zeph babbling about today? Because you chickened out. That's right. Nobody calls me a chicken. Nah, I was way too focused on the opportunity cost. I knew something big was cooking at the ball. I didn't know they would be cooking this much though. And I'm glad I actually took that time to make more silver instead of wasting time in AOS. Well, it was reasonable to assume that the Sovereign offhand was coming. But damn, who could have ever predicted an Alchemy Stone rework and the armors too? I love it. Not to mention, I'm gonna like 300 stack every click of the way on the armors. Yeah, the armors are coming out at the same time as the Sovereign offhand. They're coming out with Adana. Yeah, resistance and mouse move. That's sick too. Who this? Who this? Oh, we might be able to kill him with our PV set up. Maybe not. I'm not doing a whole lot of damage. I have to try to find a moment to swap. I won't be able to swap add-ons for like another minute. Okay, let's try to juke him for a second and get over here. Oh, never mind. He is hot on our ass. Okay, let's go over here and swap. Watch him come and try to attack me. How did I guess? Man doesn't know. I think I saw misses there. Oh. Yeah. Oh, I just realized I actually swapped the wrong setup. I don't think I have my L cards in. Oh, how many defensive crystals is this man wearing? I feel like this man's gonna need the assistance of the mobs to kill me. Unless I forgot to swap something. We'll swap add-ons in seconds, but... this man has, like, no AP for sure. Like, watch. I bet he... is he gonna be able to kill Drizzle? Probably not. That man doesn't even know how to re-CC. Oh, goddamn you, Drizzle. I fucking caught him, you bastard. Yeah, he is running fuck ton of accuracy. I accidentally swapped to the wrong spec. Oh, wait, he's on me. Wait, I don't want to swap to that. Wait, what's that shit? No, get that shit out of here. Let's swap to... oh yeah, there they are. I should have actually just adjusted the other setup. Oh, 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 oh. Let's get the add-ons swapped as well. We're gonna need that extra hit rate. There we go. Let's try also, he's super heavy accuracy. Between the L cards and this, let's see. Oh, wrong person. Oh, I gotta change. That grab looked good. That was fucked up. Try not to get hit by the Zerker. Right? This might be a... Wait, did he just run off? Oh no, that's Drizzle. Fuck, wrong ability. Did he swap in more fucking evasion? Oh my god. Oh, you know what I'm also missing? My house buff wore off. Okay, this is gonna be highly... Oh, fuck, I gotta change that shit. God damn it. There we go. Yeah, he running that insecure build. Guy about it? He is not about it. He's one of them insecure players. Running 16 DP crystals just to avoid every death possible. And then he still died anyways. Oh. What do you guys think the probability? Let's find out. I'm gonna keep these out. Actually, no, I don't want to put those away. Otherwise, I'm gonna forget them. Come on, there we go. No, I already messed around with Wukong yesterday. Yeah, I only did it for an hour. It's not a class for me. I'm very uninterested in it. Oh shit, I think I still have Nuver and stuff on too. Oh, goddamn. So annoying. Consumables. Only a few more sleeps? What's in a few more sleeps? Ugh. Until the new offhand? Oh yeah, we have like a week, right? Or wait, no, we have like 3 weeks. Or wait, no, we don't. Never mind. Wait, is it the offhand coming with the Idana? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's coming with the Donna, which is 3 weeks away. I believe it's the first week of August. He sleeps 72 hours at a time. Oh my god, I am fucking jealous. Okay, we can change our add-ons back. What's up, EC? What's 3 weeks in the lifespan of this game? Nothing! He's not wrong. Goddamn. I've been almost playing this game for a decade. What is 3 weeks at that point? That's practically tomorrow. Shit, that might as well be after lunch. What am I, chopped liver? What do you mean, chopped liver? Hi? Did I not say hi? Wait, did I not change specs? Oh my god. Fuck this game. Fuck. Actually, you know what? It is time for lunch anyways. Maybe this is a good time to take a little intermission. I will be right back, chat. Liver is quite tasty, though, when made properly. Yeah, I haven't had a liver in actually for fucking ever. The texture thing, yeah, it's just liver's liver, but yeah, if you cook it properly, it can be all right. I wouldn't necessarily ever go out of my way to get it or eat it. Let's see how much of this level we got now. Oh my god, we're level 62! Holy shit. Yo, is there more rewards for 62? Nah, that's weak. Gabber back. I am back, chat. Couple of fried egg sandwiches. Ooh, look at that. Goddamn. Nice toasted English muffin. And then the kids wanted some hot dogs. So I tossed a couple of those in the air fryer for the kids. I wish I had some bacon or some ham or something to throw on these, but they'll do. Mmm. Yeah. Although, as a Canadian, I don't know why it's called Canadian bacon. It's basically ham, but I love it too. Yeah. After 2 weeks, certainly it comes with a manufacturer warranty shorter than that. That's crazy. How am I liking Wukong? I think it's a cool class. It needs some work, but it seems like a decent grinder. But it was pricey. Oh, shit. See, that was the biggest thing that was annoying for me. But it wasn't just like blocking view. It was also like bumping into it all the time, too. I feel like a low profile one, you might bump it more, even though it's not in your view. I got to wave my card. Let's see. How does it attach onto the desk? I can't really see the clamping. Oh, let me look at the other pictures. Oh, okay. I see how it clamps on now. Yeah, yeah. This item cannot be shipped to your selected delivery location. Doesn't actually even show me the price. Oh, there it is. 180 bucks? God damn. That does look like a pretty nice arm, though. Oh, fuck. Oh. Yeah. You're going to go into a standing position and the microphone's going to be right at your wiener. If you pass gas, everybody will hear it. Well, that's the thing with that one. The stand comes from the bottom up and then it holds the mic upwards, right? Where a lot of other ones, the microphone stand is a lot higher and kind of in your vision, either blocking one monitor to the other or the other. But because this one is just holding it from the bottom up and not from the top down, it has a more robust frame to it, hence the higher price. Because it has to support the weight differently. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, back to the grind. How's Monkey Chat? PvE Monkey's good. It's not like insane or anything, but I think it's a perfectly competent grinder. For PvP, probably needs some love. Diego. Diego is the one that is posting really, really good trash numbers. If you want to see like videos of his, so let me go to type this. There's a Sage Discord there, and there's a videos channel where different sages will post like how they're doing at different spots and how they're doing it. And you can just kind of scroll through there until you find Diego and like some of his postings in there. Or you could search his name in that channel. Yeah, PvP-wise it needs help, but PvE-wise it looked perfectly fine. Divios looked like he was doing pretty well at Orzekia. So like if you're capable of grinding Orzekia, you're perfectly fine survivability-wise. And he seemed to be killing them at a reasonable speed, from what I remember. A reasonable speed being. The uncut demon? Why do you have to add uncut? Oh, there's a whole bunch of them. Yeah. He has some for every class. The Zerk one is definitely one of the best ones. For try Fallen God, I actually recommend just trying to buy your tets right now. The average of upgrading your duo to try and then upgrading it to tet is way more expensive than just buying the tet. But if you do insist on enhancing it, I think a lot of people will use like a 200 stack. To answer your question. If you're homeless, just buy a house. Shut up. You're such a dumbass. It's nothing close to that. This man is not homeless. Oh yeah, you miss it. We were watching those and the Stormtrooper ones, and we're already over it, Monstrosity. You're weeks late. Oh, he's back. Or maybe he's not back. Is he back or is he not back? He did remind me though, I forgot the horse buff. I think we both went to eat lunch at the same time. Yeah, it's nice that right when you need one in a pinch, you don't have to go without the buff. Just pay a little premium for the convenience. I think that's a good way to do things. Okay. A little bit of respect. He's doesn't look like he's just trying to fuck with grinds. Someone flying over me. Blastoise. Who the fuck is Blastoise? I just buy them. How long till 67? Approximately 11.9% until it. Dirty rice for your lunch? Yo, remind me, what's dirty rice again? Cajun spices and ground beef and rice. Oh, fuck yeah. That sounds so good. I farted in it? Yeah, that's fucking dirty, alright. Wait, what? The Kitty Crew. Boom! Fucking sniped his ass with the Divine Executioner. Oh, I love it. That's why it's called Divine Executioner. Because that was absolutely divine and he was executed. Back to the save zone. That fucking rat! I recognize that name though. How do I recognize that name? And he gone. It's not me. What are you talking about? What are you doing blaming me for? Did you trim your beard? Are you just saying that? Because yes, I did. I actually took like an inch off of it. You almost can't see the bald spots. Shut up. Yeah, nice trim. Of course we noticed it. I know an inch very, very well. You guys are wild. I am. Yeah, well, I hope so, unless it ends up being something ridiculous.
Splaga blaga 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 blom 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 beam 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 spiggity bum bum yes 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 yes.
There goes my 10K. You'll probably be the first one to get all 3 shiny stones. Well, yeah, maybe. I'll be honest, I don't know if I'll ever use the other 2 stones, so I might not go for shining on them. In the case of the DP stone, the thing is the attack speed is also more survivability, right? So I don't know if I could ever justify giving up 10% attack speed once I get the Shining Destruction Stone. It already feels miserable giving up the 8%. And then for the Life Stone, yeah, I just don't like skilling up. Probably either Pen Black Star for personal use or just... That's probably the best thing to use it on in terms of value. Because there's actually a reasonable outcome. Technically, the value you get for clicking Pen Fallen God is probably the best. But the problem with that is like it has an extremely, extremely low chance of a payout. So you might never ever get that payout while doing it, right? So then it has zero value if you don't eventually get the payout. Cadmium Sheep, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it tremendously. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Hey, you gotta pay a premium to annoy me. I just gotta say, you guys have been a lot less annoying since I've done it. I mean, it's either that or I put a cooldown on it. I can make it cheaper again, but then I'm going to put a big cooldown on it. So take your pick. Either a cooldown.
Just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, and you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Either a cooldown or cheaper. When you guys are doing that shit back to back. But it has a cooldown? Wait, does it? Oh, yeah, I think the cooldown on like some of the effect ones, like the flashbang or the It's Fine one, is because if those... I can't do anything shorter than a 1 minute cooldown. And if you ended up trying to redeem it twice while one is still running, like a second time while one is still running, it would just break it. Same thing with the mic mute one. If you muted me and then someone else did it, it would actually unmute me. And then once the time elapsed, it would remute me again. Oh, man. That's the thing, is it would still do the whole cycle, right? So the first one would mute me, the second one would unmute me, and then when the first one ended, it would remute me, and then the second one would unmute me. So, like, if they were done in rapid succession with each other, I would actually spend most of the time unmuted instead of muted.
没有润滑油，没有保护，整夜，从厨房地板到马桶座签，从餐桌到沙发，垂直、水平，2次举数、对数，而我喘着粗气为我的生命尖叫。
Do I even want to know what the fuck you just typed? I'm gonna Google Translate that shit, and if that was something foul, you're in deep trouble, Menzies. No lubrication, no protection. From the kitchen floor to the seat, from the dining table to the sofa. Vertical, horizontal, secondary index. Something for my life. It doesn't actually translate some of these words. Oh, here we go. No lube, no protection, all night long. From
No
kitchen
lube,
floor to
no
toilet
protection,
seat.
all night long, from kitchen floor to toilet seat, from dining table to couch, vertical, horizontal, quadratic, exponential, logarithmic, while I gasp and scream for my life.
What is wrong with you, Mendy? What is wrong with you? That's hot as fuck. You didn't do anything? Shut up. That's not me. You typed that. You're the one that typed that into Google Translate and then copied and pasted into the bot and pressed enter. And then I did that. You're true. You did make me do it. Oh, god damn. Are we the same? Wait a minute.
Goddamn Zethy Wethy, now you're speaking my language. I knew you would come. Around eventually.
Wait. The pause. Why? Why?
What do you call a crocodile wearing a vest? An investigator.
No. Didn't expect to. Boy, my character jumped high for that. One tap solve armor? What do you mean everybody's gonna one tap the Idana armor? There's a 100% chance to convert it. You use everybody on week 1 from week 1 to week 4. People will be using their stones to convert their armors because you're not going to convert all 4 armors. Week 1 you're going to convert 1 armor, week 2 you're going to convert your second piece, week 3 you're going to convert your third. Week 4, you're going to convert your 4th. Unless you already have a pen obliterating, a pen fallen god, then it'll either take, 3 or less weeks before you actually start enhancing. What's up, scientist? Yep. No, we're getting all 4 pieces at once, Silk Waste. They said right in the ball that they understand that with the addition of the Sovereign Armors, all of the Sovereign Armors, and the weapon, that they're worried about people feeling overwhelmed. So in order to address that, they're going to be time gating the resources to click the armors. And then they went on to extrapolate on that and say that once a week, you're going to be able to do one of the Idana bosses, get your Idana fragment, and you use the Idana fragment, the one Idana fragment you get a week, to convert your armor to Idana armor. And then, in order to enhance your Idana armor, you take that Idana fragment, you combine it with 3 sharps and 20 Kafras to create a Idana Blackstone, and then you use that to enhance your armors. So you're going to only be able to do 1 click a week. And the first, because a base Idana armor is so much better than even a Pen Fallen God, you're going to want to convert all of your armors to base Idana first before you even start enhancing. I guess we don't know that the end result is only going to be 1 stone, Kinjara, but we do know that there is going to be 1 fragment. I think it's safe to assume... I mean, in the image... One second, let me pull up the image. I'm pretty sure, everything else in the recipe showed a quantity. So I would assume that since they also showed the end result in the quantity, you would think it would have... One second. Yeah, this is interesting because it shows, for the Idana fragment, it shows a quantity of 1, but for the end of result, it doesn't show a quantity of 1. It just says the item, which is interesting. You'd think that if it showed a quantity of 1 on one side, it would show a quantity of 1 on the other. But here is the exactly where they show the image. Oh yeah, they're definitely going to add more ways to get more stones over time. And the cron cost per click is actually really, really low compared to what you would have expected it to be. But you never know, right? Yeah, the output could end up being 5 stones. You never know, Kinjara. You would think, though, that it would actually show the quantity in the recipe that they're showing there. They showed the quantity of the recipe to make it, just not the output. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Anybody with half a brain... Sorry, Kaval. But anybody with half a brain is actually not clicking and not even trying to buy Penfall and God anymore. Everybody's like, nah, I'm just going to actually wait and just tap that shit. That's why we've seen so many Obliterating Fallen Gods sell over the last 2 weeks. Because a lot of people, even people who have it, are like, nah, it is not worth that premium of just having an Oct early. Such a minor amount of stats. Like I said, if it was like an effort gate, like the stats aren't as important, but there's like 3 parts of the equation, right? There's the amount of effort, there's the amount of time, and then there's the reward, which is the amount of stats. And 2 out of 3 of those things is really low. The amount of effort and the amount of stats is low, but the amount of time required is high. Now, if you could bypass a lot of effort for a minor amount of stats and to bypass a lot of time, I would be fine with it then. I would definitely try to buy them. Or if you are bypassing a lot of time but sacrificing a lot of effort for a little effort, but you were getting a lot of stats, then I would also do it too. But for how little effort that you're gonna have to put into it, and for how little stats, I just can't justify buying a piece anymore. Unless they change those numbers that they showed, and maybe they will. But like a little bit later in that picture, in that clip I just linked you guys, here, I'll relink it with the new timestamp. Right here, 1 second. Like, you take a look at this. Oh yeah, I'm still gonna try with the hammers for sure. With the hammers we get between now and then, might as well. But yeah, you take a look at that. For going for Oct there, it is on a 300 stack. It's a 5% chance, and only 1 second. Let me make the image a little bit bigger. 2,250 crons, and for Pen, it's only 970 crons. It's so cheap, so cheap. Well, the clear reason why they're buffing those is because they are giving out so much DP. With the addition of the Sovereign Armors and the Sovereign Offhand, we're getting so much DR and so much evasion that everybody would have been unkillable if they didn't bump the amount of AP coming in as well, and accuracy. That's why we're all getting like a free 100 accuracy and like 26 AP. Well, I guess the AP isn't free. You still got to get the Sovereign Offhand. They had to bump the amount of AP even more in the game. Otherwise, people would have been just completely unkillable. Because, yeah, once again, the amount of DR and evasion we're getting is unprecedented. Can your Wukong win you an AMD GPU and CPU? Oh my goodness. People will be unkillable regardless. Well, especially for you, because you trash, buddy. You trash. Well, we're actually gaining a lot more accuracy than we're gaining evasion. People who run Nuver for PvP are gaining like 124 accuracy. Evasion builds are only gaining like... I mean, if you're running a proper evasion build, you're already running the evasion armors and boots. The gloves and boots. And you're probably already at least running Kudum, so none of that's really changing. You're just getting a very small incremental increase. Not even remotely close to the 120 that like everybody's gaining. But you are gaining a lot more DR, right? If you're evasion. But the evasion, everybody's also gaining a fuckload more AP. DR builds are gaining like what? Potentially another 10 from the offhand, as well as 3 from the weapon changes and 3 more from the Garma. Like 16 AP difference. Not to mention Splendid Stone and Bell are going to be a lot more Splendid Stone and Shining are going to be a lot more obtainable. So there's more AP gain there. They also said that they're going to be adjusting all of the Gin Stones and giving like a new upgrade tier to those, so unfortunately we don't know necessarily how those are going to affect it. Oh, you don't need to wonder, Ozzy. They legit said that. They are combined pieces. Same way that they're combining the offhand, they're combining the armors. There's going to be no more evasion and DR. Everybody's evasion DR. Everybody's using the same gear. The only thing that's different is the crystals that you use. And the reforms. What piece will I convert first? Most likely the boots. Because then the boots will be a massive... Like if you're running DR boots, you'll get a massive amount of evasion. Or if you're running evasion, you'll get a massive amount of DR. So most likely it's going to be boots first for me. Then gloves, and then after that, probably helmet or chest. We'll have to see, because if I swap the gloves, it'll only be like a 7 DR increase, but the chest and helmet might be even larger than that. It's looking like, since they showed the stats on the chest, I might actually do the chest before the gloves. But the boots, if you're an evasion build, look like the very obvious choice, because you just gain a fuckload of DR in your evasion build. You're gonna sell your other whaling set? I've never had another... Well, sorry. I sold my other whaling set a long time ago. Yeah, build customization is getting reduced. And I like having options like that, but it's clear they've never properly balanced evasion against DR. There was always times where one was busted or the other is busted. And it just makes... It's so hard to design the different sets around specific classes, right? So I do think that...
How you are, you just have to say that you're fine, and you're not really fine. You just can't get into it because they would never understand.
God, I hate you guys. It is going to make the game easier to balance. So, as much as I'd like more build diversity, balance is more important. It'll never be perfectly balanced, but anything that gets us closer is always going to be better, right?
You guys really grind my gears, you know that? Yep. Yeah, with tagging and re-rolling. It also helps with open world, right? Like, you're obviously always going to be grinding with your Black Star. Now you won't have to worry about swapping your main hand. And I genuinely believe that all the additional monster AP they're giving us for AP past 310, I think they're trying to take the monster, your PvE power, and put it more on your gear, as opposed to like having this polarity between PvE and PvP through crystals. And proportional, like I don't suspect that they're removing the PvE options from crystals, but this will make it so proportionally your PvE crystals are less as potentially less as impactful than it is now, right? Also, like with the removal of resistances, you won't need to run Elcars anymore, and Elcars are pretty damn important for PvP right now. So that's 2 slots that aren't going to be as important to change, try to change mid-fight. It just, I don't know, overall I just feel like we're heading in a good direction. Nerfing trolls will not be able to go past the cap. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think there should be a proper progression to gearing. And that people, you know, as their gear gets better, they should want to move to bigger and better spots. I think this is a good way to try to like, think about it, right? Even right now is a good example. Out of seasons, people are told to go to like Honglim, and then they live at Honglim until they're like 750 gear score or whatever, until they can do Dark Seekers, and then they live at Dark Seekers forever. And that's just a really shitty... That's not going to help with player retention, right? Most people, if they come into a game like that and it's just that stale in terms of progression, they're not going to be interested in sticking around, right? A lot of people get that dopamine hit when they get a gear upgraded. They're like, hell yeah, let's fucking go. I'm definitely stronger now. And then they go back and they're grinding the same speed or the same spot. It feels very boring, right? You don't have that reward aspect. Where if all of a sudden, you know, you get a couple gear upgrades and now you can go to a spot that's more profitable than the previous one you're at, it definitely helps validate that progression, right? And it does seem like they're trying to move more in that direction. Now, that obviously doesn't do much for people like myself, right? I'm not going to be going back to those spots that, you know, maybe now are more worth it. But at least for the new player experience, I'm kind of jealous that new players might be able to experience an environment like that where, you know, every week, if they get enough gains, they can go to a new spot. I think that'll make the game a lot more interesting for them. But think about, like, what the old system, or, I mean, the current system really is. But, like, look at me underwater. I spent, like, 3 freaking years grinding underwater, and anybody who was, you know, capable of going down there would have to deal with some fucking gear lord sage constantly living down there, right? That's not good for newer players. Especially, too, with the addition of the Adana armors and the Sovereign offhand. Like, if you don't have any of your Sovereign shit, like, good luck ever fighting anybody. Even if they just have a base Adana armors. The stat difference, they're just going to be towering head and shoulder above you on every single front. What's up, Divios? So, I think it's good to more or less push people who are more geared to higher end spots. That's just the way the game should work. Yeah, the treasure thing's pretty cool. That, like, you can go there, go to a specific spot you're trying to get a treasure item from, build up these treasure resources, and then go to a higher end spot and take a break from those spots if you don't want to live at paddocks 24/7. I'm wondering how that's going to work, though, for the high end spots that also have a treasure item. Like, are you just going to have infinite of that resource when grinding, like, Dekia golems too? Because there's also just a treasure item that drops there, right? So, like, will you be able to just permanently live there and try to grind for, like, your underwater and your Olin's piece at the same time? Because you'll be building up that treasure agris while also grinding for the Olin's piece? Yeah, Divios, I was grinding on it yesterday, and the spacebar, I was like, I don't remember it feeling this way on Global Lab. I hope they undo that. That should go in the direction of the camera. The fact that it goes the way your character is facing, like, Like with Sage, right? Void Eruption is another ability that does that, but luckily it isn't a movement ability. But even if my camera's face that way, if I push it, it always does it this way, right? Like I don't know why they would do that. That is massively limiting. PvE wise though, Divios, I saw you kicking it in Orzekia. I was saying on stream yesterday that because like I was grinding on it at Darkseekers, and there was times where I was killing the packs reasonably quick, but there were other times where I was, you know, I was slow as hell because I'm rusty with it. And I was telling chat that this class looks like it has the potential. It's not like an insane grinder, but it definitely seems like once you get the rhythm down and start min-maxing that shit, it's gonna be a good grinder. And it seemed like you were doing pretty well at Orzekia. Before they could turn? God damn, maybe it's insane. I certainly wasn't having that much success. What was your combo looking like? I was like diving in, trying to hit them with the shift LMB, back RMB, WF, shift RMB, I think it was like back C, forward C, or forward C, back C. Also trying to weave another, just a normal C in there to make sure to keep the Buddha form up. Awakened Striker still good in PvE and PvP? Eh. PvP, yes. PvE, meh. It's decent. It's comfy. That's what Awakened Striker has. It's comfy. See, WRMB, hold RMB, SF, spam the shift skills seems pretty good. Oh, okay. All the channels are under maintenance. Huh? I know, right? Fighting the striker, I was like, what the hell? Then you drop a big fat bell on his head. Or the, I guess it's the staff, not a bell. It reminds me of a bell because Monk in Diablo 3 had an ability like that where it dropped the bell. And it just reminded me of that. You got booted too? Are you guys on EU? Don't swap channels or go to character select. Can you guys all test that for me? Especially when the pig cave opens? You guys are on NA? Oh shit, okay. You know what you do? Yo, somebody go into world chat and type GM buffs BA1. Oh shit. I'm not doing it though. I'm not doing it. Does this window have world chat? I want to see if anybody. Yeah, it does. Yeah, nobody's doing it. No, type Divio says. Oh, we need to rehouse buff. Oh shit! You know what it reminds me? Yo, chat. I completely forgot. We didn't get this shit rolling.
I am cheating. I am a hacker.
Oh wait, you can upgrade it too? Wait, where do you get a gentle moon aura from? Oh, let me guess. That's from that bastard. Wait. What am I missing? Oh, Blackstone powder. I'm gonna make 50,000 of them. Oh shit, I forgot. I gotta go buy, oh no. I don't trust going to my manor. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I trust going to my manor right now. Yeah, I think this is a scroll angle too. I mean, I don't even really need the AP. What do I think about the new class? I think it's cool. Not a savior, though, I'll tell you that much. Just had eggs Benedict with a homemade hollandaise sauce. Hey, that's basically what I had, too. But no homemade hollandaise. I didn't actually think of making a hollandaise. Hollandaise sauce is so easy to make, too. It's basically butter and egg. Put in a little bit of lemon juice or some type of acid. Maybe a little pinch of paprika. I like a little bit of, sorry, not paprika, cayenne. Ooh, put a little heat in there. I like it. Ugh. Debos just disappear off the SA market. Interesting. Nothing on NA yet. Quick! Buy, 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 buy! Wait, why are those all the exact same price? Let's see if it'll let me sell anything. I was able to list that fine. Let's see if it gets taken down. Actually, you know what we'll do? Put it at max. I believe Debo earrings are at max. Holy fuck. Double doubles? I have no idea. Wait, what did you say on Kick? What did you say on Kick 2 hours ago? Velkia? I had it disabled for a second because, or for a minute because the, yeah, my multi-chat is like messing up today. Let me see if I can just refresh the window. Maybe that'll fix it. There, I refreshed it. Yeah, they're having server issues right now. Every day I'm here to ask questions out. Okay, it looks like that did fix my chat. I need to know that, or that's good to know for future. I should make a video of the bug. It's so bad. Yeah. It might not be a bug though. The fact that it didn't affect all of the abilities, but only some. I made a video and submitted the grab bug on Awakened Sage though. Hopefully that gets fixed. And I think the obvious solution to fixing the Awakened Sage grab bug is to just add a slight delay to the animation after the abilities that bug it out. Because then that will also make it so like when the grab is being done properly where it doesn't bug out, it's not as crazy fast. But we'll also remove all the times it bugs out. So it'll make it more reliable, if that makes sense. Not reliable in the sense that it succeeds, but more reliable in the sense that it's not bugging out. Okay, let's see the first one here. Yeah. Yeah, I know a perfect example of an ability that does basically the exact same thing. So like Gravity Rift, right, is the same deal where it doesn't turn you instantly with your camera. You'll see it rotate, right? And that's basically exactly what's happening with your ability too, is it's starting in the direction your character's facing, but it's trying to turn to the camera. See? The exact same thing is happening there. Which isn't so bad for a stationary ability, but for a for an ability that is so critical for movement and repositioning, yeah, that's cooked. Once the servers start working fine, you guys, let me know so I can go get house spots again.
$10K for a splugger is outrageous. You know what I say, guys? Go big or go home. If you got the right equipment, you can sage butter, 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 butter. Plum, plum, plum. Blim, blim, blim. Spiggity bum. Spiggity bam. Spiggity bum. Yes, yes, yes.
Shut up, bitch!
That's the thing. Is yeah, text to speech can be skippable. What I can do is I can make it so the shut up bitch skips sound effects too.
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
Oh man. I heard you one shot C10 Sangoon, C10 Pig, and then 3-shot Gumi. Why would I change the mic mute cost? Because all you rats. We had a whole bunch of new friends in here this week, and you're all just constantly muting me when I'm trying to talk. Maybe I'll drop it back down. Maybe I'll go. Never mind, I'm not doing that. Fuck you guys. Never mind.
Shut up, bitch!
One of her skills ignores iframes? Yo, what ability? Wait a minute. Maybe that explains why I felt like all of a sudden I was just having an issue this week. Although, wait a minute, I did it before maintenance, not after maintenance, so never mind.
Wait, where she goes up in the air and slams down?
The girls messaged me.
Oh, okay. Go have fun, girls. So you can't just iframe it anymore? Oh, shit, because that's what I used to do. I mean, it's easy to identify where to go. I actually didn't know that you could just... What do? You go under the right one, the one with the necklace? Because I didn't even know you could do that. I always just iframed it, but... I mean, it seems pretty easy to identify and get under it. Yeah. Oh yeah. You don't have to ask to post links in my chat. You guys can just post links freely. As long as there's like no nudity or bigotry or like any shit like that. It's one of those things where if you start posting shit like that, I'll just ban you. But otherwise, we have an open linking policy here. You guys can share stuff all you want.
Waving hand emoji, hey, skull emoji, ape, eyes emoji, slot sits, lollipop emoji, banana June, tongue emoji, kissing face emoji, happy rod polishing, jack-o'-lantern emoji, come on, hungry face emoji, monkeys, ghost emoji, crab, a-okay hand emoji, you extended, smiley face emoji, thickened power
Shut up! Shut up, bitch!
What is bigotry? It's like a, let's see if I can define this properly. It's like a general classification for like any type of discrimination that doesn't like... Racism, for example, would be a type of bigotry. Sexism would be a type of bigotry, right? No bullshit, yeah. You know, we're all trying to play video games and have fun with each other. The only type of bigotry we allow in my stream is against shies, and that's it. They're the one exception. What about blue dragons? Especially the blue bad dragons. Basically anything these days, if a person gets offended, no. If you call somebody stupid, that's not bigotry, right? Because bigotry is like when you push somebody or somebody's part of a group or something, and then you start saying shit on them based on that group, right? Upon that identity. It is against stupid people. Well, that's 90% of the internet, so. Except for us, obviously. We're a little pocket of very intelligent and wise and handsome people on the internet. And beautiful. Don't know, maybe not just necessarily handsome. But everybody else on the internet? You can't. Because I'm not bald yet. Even though those other things may be correct, I'm not bald yet, so that is false. Otherwise, it would be just an observation. How do we know if that's not a wig? That's the thing, is you don't know if it is a wig or if it isn't a wig. It's headpiece. I got headpiece. I need to watch that movie. Fuck, that's such a good movie. Menzies probably doesn't even know the movie I'm referring to. You don't? Oh. Yeah, in the movie he's saying hairpiece, but it sounds like herpes. Let's see if I can find the actual scene. There you go, right here. God damn, Cheech looks so fucking young. Where else would you have it? On your dick? What's up, Andrew? Chatty McChattertons. Pretty good, Vito. Hey, what's up, Yuki? Big fan of me. Oh, I appreciate that. Might get you off your suck warrior. You've been playing it at all? It's a pretty cool class. Quite a bit different than Suck Warrior, though. Need a little advice? I'll try my best. Might not be good advice, but I'll try. Help you rat! You get out of here. Gotta keep an eye on him. He's up to no fucking good, is he? Oh, fuck out of my spear bolt. Goddamn. I'm up. I'm free. Oh.
Jesus Christ, that's Jason Bourne.
Oh, shit. The Impaling. Ah, we're dead. Yeah, I'll be right back. I need a drink. You got PvP'd? Yeah, you don't have to apologize. It's our show, right? I was actually just waiting for that tide to finish so I could go get a drink and then go refresh my church or sorry house buff. Is the login issue solved now, you guys? Okay, maybe I won't then. Maybe I'll just buy a AP buff. Shit, what is the consumable called? Oh, there we go. I'm gonna buy one of these. I don't want to go to my guild manor right now and potentially get DC'd in that loading screen. So we will just play it safe. Are you guys able to log in to a server that you were previously connected to? Damn, it still says closed on all of them. It looks like some of them aren't closed, though. Are you able to log into the other ones? Yo, what's up, Kyle? Oh shit, I forgot I was selling my Rick. Did it tick down again yet? Oh, fuck, it did. I'm pretty sure I can extract a green offhand to like a 90 stack, so if that shit drops to a bill, I'm just gonna turn it into a stack. Excuse me. Uh-oh. Yeah, people are still having issues. Oh, back. Oh. What happened to Manos Topaz? What do you mean Manos Topaz? Shouldn't be using that shit anyways. You're referring to these, right? I mean, they have zero purpose after. Right now, they're only useful in, like, basically the Elvia slots. But yeah, I'd definitely try to get rid of them before the change comes in, because all species damage is going to be, you know, more or less nerfed after. Do I have an Awakened Sage skill guide? I do not, but I do have a link to one. So if you type in !Sage guide in chat, it should drop the link. It's made by a sage that goes by the name of Archive that has put a tremendous amount of work into the guide. Yeah, it really depends where you're grinding at, Araxian. Did it work? Okay, good. Perfect. Yeah, that's the link to the guide right there. Basically, your Holy Bible. It's a document, not a video. But it's like your Holy Bible of Awakening Sage information. God damn. That man just said he beat cancer. I don't know if he's fucking around or if he's serious, but if he's serious, good shit. Really? I recommend the IQON Discord. Just explain your situation. There'll be a tech there that'll be able to tell you. They'll probably ask like what hardware you're using and whatnot, and they'll help troubleshoot you through. Maybe it's something simple you got going on at the same time. Servers are fixed. Hey. Not available for Canada. What the hell? That's weird. There's a dxracer.ca. Maybe, one second. Maybe if we do this. Let me go to the link. I will change the .com.ca, but keep the tag at the end. Let's see if that works. Okay, try this link instead. Let's see if that works for you. Because maybe because you're trying to order from the .com site, not the .ca site. What if... Okay, here's the chair right here, Pone. You might have to manually use my code Zethian at checkout. I don't know if it'll work. Let me see. Oh, it says out of stock. Wait. No, this is the wrong chair. One second. I think I just showed you the wrong one. One second. I thought I just clicked the right one. What the hell? Black Desert. Shop now. Huh. Yeah, it looks like they're out of stock on the Canadian site. I wonder if there's some way to order it from the US site, but have like some type of shipping handoff. You might end up having to pay more for shipping. Yeah, that's odd. Yep. I do really enjoy Sage Shadow Wolf. Hey, Kanjar, are you there? Kanjar's probably like, fuck, I'm trying to work every day. Kanjar, are you there? Kanjar, are you there? Shut up. Boom. Hey, there's Kanjar. He must be just reading, not actually listening. Ooh, another essence. How useless is it? Kind of hard to say. Really, like, the DR of the mobs plays a big role in how important the AP is. So over a Splendid, there will be a 13 AP difference. Potentially even more, depending on where you land bracket-wise. But, so there is the potential for it to be maybe equal to the attack speed. But, yes, I did say 13. But at the Shining level, yeah, you'll You'll never use a Veil over a Shining. Nice. Give me them drops. Ibidor Scrolls? Ooh, that's a tall ask. I hear it's pretty good money with the max price Capras, but damn, that shit is mind-numbing. Yeah, it is so not fun. What's up, ladies? Mmm. Chat, ice cream sandwich. You carbs? Oh, fucking so many of them. So fucking many of them. But cookies and cream ice cream sandwich? Come on, focus, goddammit, focus. It's like a big old fucking Oreo cookie that's cold. Actually, I want to try something. Moving the background consumes about 5% of my GPU. Does look clean though. You missed your Sennheisers? Wow. That explains why you couldn't hear me. How do you feel about the whole "don't stop killing games" thing? Looks like Pirate Software is getting a lot of hate for his take a while ago. To me, it seems like a reasonable thing to ask for, that if games aren't going to no longer support, instead of just canceling it off, just let the public take over if they want to, like via private server or whatever. I feel like the companies could even just sell licensing then, right? And be like, hey, we don't want to support this anymore, but if you do, since it is our code or whatnot, just pay us a licensing fee. Yeah. It does suck, right? Especially if it's a game that you really enjoy. No. That's why I think, like, something in the case of an MMO, they should just provide the ability for the community to take it over. And, like, I feel like if they want to sell the licensing to, like let's say, you know, Black Desert, Pearl Abyss decides that Black Desert is dead and they no longer want to support it, that they could basically, somebody can come and just license it from them and basically take it over and then still give a little bit of a fee to Pearl Abyss. But they can take over the rest of it, right? And the development, all that shit. I think as long as that is available. Ooh, BA2 for buffs, chat. For real, though. GM Maslin just typed it in chat. They sell costumes for anywhere between $20 to $50 for a single-player game. These single-player games have to authenticate to a server to check if you have the rights to have the costumes. What happens if Ubisoft shuts down the AC servers? Does that mean I can't play my AC game? Good fucking point. That's weird, yeah. I think there's still an option of the ability for companies to make money, even if they don't want to support and develop their own product anymore. Just sell the license to someone else. If they want to start a private server, then they have to buy the license for it, right? I think as long as that is an option. Yeah. Well, I miss the old days of actually having in your hand copies of the game. It seems wild to me that the price of games has gone up, even though physical distribution is basically like practically gone these days. It's all digital distribution, so there's like it's all development costs, but like I feel like the manufacturing and all that and distribution costs have gone down dramatically. I mean, I think it's clear the reason why they have this whole licensing, even with like single player games. I think it's because they're trying to battle piracy, right? If there's a server you have to authenticate to, then it becomes significantly more difficult to pirate. Where anytime you have like a in-your-hands version of a game, it's very easy to make copies of it and then, you know, upload that to the internet and redistribute it. And yeah, early access is just preying on people's FOMO. And how many times now have we seen games who come out with early access and you pay to get in with the promise that your money's going to go to development, and then it feels like they just walk away with your money. Oh yeah, like that is absolutely obnoxious. There was some situation that happened with somebody when it came to like records. He had like a whole bunch of achievements and stuff that he had accomplished on his console. and there was some type of error that made it look like he was speed hacking, and then they basically ended up removing all of his achievements or whatnot, or closing his account. I can't remember, but like, that's like a perfect example. And I'm pretty sure this was with Microsoft, but this is a good example of an error in detection that all of a sudden Nintendo's gonna brick your console because of it and close your account. Like, what the actual fuck? It's a shame, because I want to fight back against that so much. Because I grew up with the earliest Nintendo consoles, and I loved it, and it was such an amazing part of my childhood, but I just feel like because of everything that they've done, I just can't. I can't jump in front and try to defend them. Only EU citizens? Yeah, it's an EU-specific petition, so they're trying to, because I guess the way the systems work in EU, this is something they can get done in EU, and then they're hoping that once it gets accomplished in EU, then, you know, other countries will follow suit.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Little old lady.
Little old lady who? Little old lady's nuts on your forehead.
I didn't know you could yodel.
Oh, shut up. We are really doing great things for our citizens. Well, depends who you ask. Some people say yes, some people say no. Yeah. 20,000 Kaffers, yeah. Nice thing is if you have a C20 maneuver for PvP, then you're already set. Just extract that. Man, what an exciting day tomorrow. Global Labs. Global Labs. Freedom Day? Oh, hell yeah. That's perfect, because all of you Americans, you may be free, but you're also dumb. You're free to be dumb. National Lose a Finger Day? Yeah, fucking people mishandling fireworks. I actually saw a picture of a hand x-ray and it was like all fucking mangled and it says, it said something along the lines of in X number of days, somebody is going to go into it not realizing this is going to be their last day with 10 fingers. Yeah. Well, the thing is you might have had it blow up and your hand was open, right? It's the dummies who are trying to hold it and then it blows up. That's when a finger goes flying. Pour some tussin on that bitch? Wait, tussin? What's... Do I ask? What's tussin? On Steam or launcher? I recommend using the launcher. It seems like whenever there's login issues, it's usually related to Steam and not the launcher. Robitussin. I had a feeling that's what you were talking about, but I was like, nah, why would he bring that up? That's what I want to do this evening. Oh my god, I can't wait. In like 2 hours, I'm going to end the stream. I'm going to go grab a beer. I'm going to go out into the backyard. I'm going to fire up the grill. I'm going to get some burgers on that grill. Get some slices of cheese ready. Only an hour stream today? Yeah, only 9. We're going to be getting started tomorrow too. I actually might try to get up early because I think they typically do the global lab at like 7 a.m. my time. That's when the patch notes come out, so I actually want to get up for that. I'll be real with you all, fireworks are just too damn expensive. I feel you. There's a, every New Year's, there's a house, like, about a block and a half away that goes crazy with fireworks. Just non-stop for, like, almost an hour straight. Pew, 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 pew. And I'm like, god damn, they must put, like, $10,000 into fireworks, if not more. I told my wife that, like, someday, like, we should just go there and just drop 50 bucks in their mailbox and be like, thank you for the show every year. It ain't much, but goddamn, just to show that there's, you know, we appreciate it because we love watching it every New Year's. It's at the point now where that we're always waiting for it. We got the window open so we can hear them when they start going off. Everybody has clothes on, so because it's fucking January 1st, right? So it's cold as hell, but everybody's ready to just quickly hop in the vehicle and drive down to it and watch it from, you know, just across the street. Yeah, John. The thing is, like, it's a very humble house that the fireworks are being launched from. Like, it's like just a tiny little bungalow. My guess would be no more than 3 bedrooms, 1 bath. I don't even know if they have a basement. Like, it's just a tiny little house, but they go crazy with fireworks. How long did it take me to put all these resources together? Oh, it happened quite over time. Like, the costumes I've been saving up for, you know, ever since the Black Star offhand came out. Three bedrooms, 1 bathroom. What kind of house? Well, the thing is, it's relative to setting off $10,000 worth of fireworks, right? Like I said, if you're setting off fireworks for an hour straight, that's a serious amount of money. How many costumes am I able to get in a day? Less than 1. Closer to 0. I'm very happy if I get a costume a day. Self-made fireworks? Hey, maybe. Maybe they got that hookup. Maybe they actually like drive down to the States and like find some like bulk warehouse where they get used fireworks. Or obviously not used fireworks, but you know what I mean. Bulk discontinued fireworks or something? I don't know. My house, though, is 5 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. It has a den downstairs, which is basically like a living room. I have a bar behind me. We have a storage room. Sorry, a utility room and a laundry room. It's a pretty... I feel like we got pretty lucky with our house. It's quite a bit of space. And you would never be able to tell from the front of the house. It looks like a tiny, shitty little house from the street. But it's like a little bit wider than the typical houses, but a lot deeper, right? Like it goes really far back on the lot. And also because we're on a hill and the front is like on the top of the hill, and the back is like down the hill, because the house extends backwards. Like when you go into the house from upstairs and you go downstairs into the basement, well, you can walk out the back door into the backyard from the basement, right? So like from the back of our house, it looks like a 2-story, but from the front, it just looks like a bungalow as well. How deep is it, Zeth? Explain it to us. Shut up. Why are you hiding from Twitch chat, Menzies? I send you a pic of my house. 5 bedrooms, 2.5 bedrooms, 2,700 square feet. Or bathrooms. Yo. So your house looks way nicer than my house from the front, but we have approximately the same amount of space. Yeah, I'd say that's probably the biggest thing is the 2-car garage. When it comes to the square footage of a house, does it include that space? Because your square footage is definitely larger, but if it's counting the 2-car garage, that explains why. It doesn't? Oh, okay, then you have a nice chunk more space in, if it doesn't count that. Your house is probably about... Shit, 20% bigger than mine then? If it's not counting that. How much trash do I make per day? I have no idea. I don't count it. I just dump it into my storage and forget about it. Yeah, no, that's a very nice house. You got a nice lot there. That's a nice tree too. That looks like a maple, eh? Or maybe... Definitely not a birch. Kind of hard because the leaves are kind of wilted there. I want to say it's a maple. But maybe not. A wife, 4 kids, and a dog. God damn. What do you mean wrap it up? We have a declining reproduction of our population right now. That's why, well, you know what, I don't want to get into it. It's going to start getting political. I know, right? If I had the means, I'd have a couple more kids too. You have 2.5 kids? So I'm guessing 2 kids and then you're the half a kid? Girlfriend has a high risk of death if she has kids. My dick could literally kill. God damn. It's a loaded weapon. Another movie I haven't seen in a long time is Loaded Weapon. Like a very fucking long time. I should watch that. Yo, I'm kind of curious about the whole adoption process, Kanjara. I hear it's extremely time-consuming and actually extremely expensive. Yo, if anybody's looking for a new dad, Kanjara bought a 5090, so start applying now. Hey, Dad. Link to the sign-up sheet? Yeah. You sort of get paid to adopt kids in the UK? Oh, that's kind of cool. I wonder if this is just a Canadian thing. Or maybe I just don't understand it properly. Oh, there absolutely is, right? Ape Kong? Like as the name or the class? Did Norelio reroll yet? No, it's not strong enough yet. Give it some time, don't worry. Actually, kidding aside though, Norelio's kind of committed to Deadeye pretty good. No, Trep actually isn't a flavor of the month reroller. He'll probably fuck around with it, but he just likes fucking around with classes. His love is with Musa, Striker, DK, and sometimes he feels a little bit of Valk. So he chronically rerolls between those classes, but yeah, any of the other classes he fucks around with is just short-lived. That clip. The slide, the jump. Stiffed and knocked down by Calb. That's fucked up. I can't believe you would record that. That is fucked up, Menzies. A whole minute and a half? Yeah, it's pretty long. I don't understand the delay on YouTube. What's the delay on Twitch today? Let's see. Yesterday it was like, it felt pretty long and it was around the 13-second mark. Okay, let's see. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. About 7 seconds. That's half as much as yesterday. That's reasonable. Let's see what it's on Kick. Okay. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Oh. It's like 3 fucking seconds on Kick. Kick always seems to have like half the latency of Twitch. And Twitch has like a quarter of the latency of YouTube. The amount of Holy Sword mommies is going to be insane. Oh yeah, it's going to actually be insane. I don't know if I've ever seen people as excited about a new class as they are for that. It was just a picture. All they had to do was see a hourglass figure holding a greatsword, and they were in. That's it. That's all. I mean... Yeah, Guardian's a sick class. I loved Awakened Guardian. I'm telling you straight up though, they make like Savior kind of play like that Orzekia boss just before Ors. and give her like some healing and some support on top of it, oh, I'm about it. I am so about it. I'm sorry, Sage. You might be my tag. Ooh, we got the trifecta today, chat. Oh wait, no, never mind. That's just another origin. Never mind. We need a limbo or a flame for the trifecta. Will be Dracania 2.0. Well, it'll be Valk 2.0. It'll be Drac 2.0. It'll be Guardian 2.0.
Bond, let's go.
There's so many classes that I feel are going to be overshadowed by it. Probably the most successful class since like DK release. They'll have to make a statue about her. Will be a bomb class like Drac? Yeah, and like the Valk's a bomb class. That's basically what it does, is it dives in and it does an ult, right? Same thing with Guardian, bomb class. Like, I just can't see it not overshadowing all three of those classes. I hope it's like a faster playstyle greatsword class. Like Awakened Guardian. Like not Awakened Guardian, sorry, like Awakened Warrior. But with like some more utility. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention too, like I bet like a lot of Awakened Warriors are looking at that class too, right? What kind of douche would like that weapon? You better fucking watch it. Oh wait, where's the image? That wasn't the right image. Where's the right image? Yeah, I don't know where I put it. Oh god, what is this, Valerie? I've seen that. Wait, Shimiko is in Pico? God damn. Wonder what he's playing these days. I don't know if he's still on the Sork. I don't know if I've ever seen that man play anything else but Sork. Yep, still on the Sork. In this AOS season? No, I didn't play it all French. There was a variety of reasons why I didn't want to bother playing this season. For one, no new rewards, and I already have my Voltarian, so there isn't really any reward incentive. The only thing there was the monetary incentive of getting the different tiered rewards. But when you take a look at the opportunity cost of playing AOS, the end of season rewards aren't worth the time that you invest into it. So I played my first 5 game weeklies, and then I played the second set of weeklies, and then they removed the weeklies, and I just didn't play again after that. But also, another reason was I just didn't want to get used to Awakened Sage. I genuinely believe that there's probably some buffs coming tomorrow, or sorry, nerfs coming tomorrow. If it doesn't get nerfed by the time the next season starts, then it's obviously not getting nerfed. But I just don't want to get used to it how it is. I'll wait and adapt to how it is after it gets nerfed. So yeah, all I did was I played for 10 wins, because each weekly was 5 wins. And that was it. And the nice thing was the weekly actually compensated me for the time. So I had no opportunity cost for those 10 wins. And then I ended up just getting 3 bill for free for just sitting on Radiant. Or Shining, sorry, not Radiant. Do I think hardcore is coming back? Oh, it definitely is. It's not a matter if, it's a matter of when, right? I'm wondering if they're going to be doing a cycle, because they did AOS, hardcore, Guild League. So I wonder, and then they did AOS again, so I wonder if hardcore is going to be back next. And then Guild League again. I mean, it would be kind of cool if they did it in a 3-month cycle like that, right? 1 month of hardcore, or 1 month AOS, 1 month hardcore, 1 month Guild League, 1 month AOS, 1 month hardcore, 1 month Guild League, and just rotated it like that. My multi-chat's fucking up again. I'm playing a game on my phone. That's because you guys are all gonna catch bans. I'm getting so tired of all of you. You better watch it. You guys might think that this is a democracy, but it's only a democracy because I allow it to be a democracy. You guys keep it up, I'm gonna take that privilege away real fast. Now it's all black. Shut up. I actually gave it a nice trim today. Shut up, Warlock. I've been playing this shit. Oh my goodness, that's it. Every last one of you.
Splaga blaga 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 blom 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 beam 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 spiggity bum spiggity boom boom yes 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 yes.
Holy moly, those got expensive. And it's been so much more peaceful. So much more peaceful. Yeah, I had to put some tariffs on some of the redeems. Probably how I sound when I'm sleeping.
Shut up, bitch.
Hello? You mean to Sovereign? The Awakening to Sovereign? I would definitely do the offhand first, yes. Oh, yeah, Pen Blacks are main hand. Dandy Awakening. Pen Blacks are offhand. Oh, I misunderstood. Yeah, I would definitely do the main hand first, then the offhand, then the Awakened weapon. The thing is, I would probably actually do the offhand. I would do the Sovereign offhand to base first, because you instantly get 13 AP. Then I would upgrade the main hand to Sovereign, probably get it to Pen, then get the offhand to Pen, then probably do the Awakened weapon to Pen. Offhand's coming out in like 3 weeks. Oh, so 4 weeks then, not 3. No, we already know the AP. What do you mean new AP for weapons? We already know what the new AP for weapons is going to be. It's going to be +3. If you have Sept or higher, it'll be +3. Because right now, right? Right now, you have your base Sovereign, which is, let me do the math. So you have your base Sov, and then you have Pry, which is +1 AP. Duo. Here, I'll write all these down. Duo. Try. Tet. Pen. Hex. Set. Oct. Nov. And then deck. Right? And right now, you have +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, +2, +2, +2, right? Every time you get that enhancement level, that's how much more AP you get. Well, these are still... This is going to still be +1. This is still going to be +1. This is still going to be +1. This is still going to be +1. And this... Wait, are we at pen? This is now going to be +2. +2. +2. And then these are going to be staying +2. right? So the only thing that's actually changing is these ones here, right? These are going from +1 to +2. So this is where that 3 AP comes from. Wait, try to tet? Are you saying that they're doing these ones? If it's try to tet, then it's only these two. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's pen, hex, and sep, like I showed here. I think Choosy is misunderstanding. Is there a way to undo? Undo, there we go. No, there's a reform that's also coming, which is your Garmoth. That's also going to give it an additional +3. No, I'm not talking about the offhand. I'm talking about the current sovereign weapons. Right now, the current sovereign weapons do this. No, it's not +3 hidden. Holy fuck. How many of you guys don't understand this? It's sheet AP. We're getting 3 more sheet AP on your weapon as long as they are SEP. Gotta find another color here. SEP or higher. You're going to get this additional... I guess you can't see my mouse. If you're SEP or higher, you're going to be getting this where the fuck is it? This extra 3 AP right here. If you're only hex, then you're only going to get 2 AP. And if you're only pen, then you're only going to get 1 AP. Because it's changing from +1 to +2 in those 3 stages. No, the Garmoth on the main hand and Awaken is 3 sheet AP on each. So, you will get... Everybody probably already has a Garmoth on their Awaken weapon, so you will get +3 right here for the Garmoth. And they're giving everybody a free Garmoth. People will very likely use it on this. And then they will also get +3 here. Oh, try to tet right now already gives +2? Gotcha. I just blasted through those levels, so maybe I forgot. Let's see. Oh yeah, try and tet. Wait. No. Try to tet is 2 AP. So it's 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2. That's right. There is 1 step in there. That is actually 1. You're right. I just had to look it up. So this actually gives 2 already, and it'll stay 2. So they're just making those 3 in between the 2s actually give 2 as well. Okay, that makes more sense. I completely forgot Tet that Gabe already gave 2. You guys like it? You guys like my art? Boop, and it's gone. And I do believe that when they redo the Alchemy Stone system, they're going to let us put a Vel's Heart on these Alchemy Stones, and we're going to get 3 AP there too. So if you're a Splendid user, you're about to go 9 AP before you even start enhancing the offhand. You almost convinced me I was an idiot. Turned out, it was me! Don't you take that away from me, Choosy. Yeah, I blasted right past Tet, so I wasn't paying attention. I was just aiming for Oct day 1, right? So I had completely forgotten that Tet was a 2. No, they didn't say anything about using a Vel to improve your Elkstone. But like I said, I don't think that they want Vel to be obsolete. And when I say Vel, I don't mean Vel the item, I mean Vel the boss. But also the item. So I think that they will, even if it doesn't happen the same day that they do the Alchemy Stone rework, I think it'll come later. Where they'll be like, okay, we're gonna make it so Vel's concentrated magic can be used on other Elkstones. How many pity to a deck awaken weapon? 333. Just a small little 333 attempts. At like 9 bill or 10 bill an attempt. Just small money, you know? No big deal. Watch they make it a pay-to-win item? I highly doubt that. If they did that, then you legit could not ever defend this game of not being pay-to-win. Because that's the line, right? For me, that is where the line is. Where you now have to start spending money to get stat increases, and you can't earn them through the game through just playing. That's my line. I'm out. I'm checking out. My account is going right into the trash. What's up, kiddos? For a snack? It's like 4 o'clock. It's almost dinner time. What are you guys gonna have for a snack? Yeah, just grab something small. Because, like, in a couple of hours, I'm gonna be making dinner, and I don't want you guys to be full. Huh? Yeah, go ahead. You guys can have those. That's not really much of a snack, though. That's not gonna fill you. There's still those. Here, 1 second. There's still the hot dogs. Nothing like a good wiener in your mouth. You know what I mean, chat? Mm-hmm. A little small. Feel like you can go bigger though? No. No, it was just a hot dog. I made some hot dogs for lunch and they're just sitting there upstairs. So I went and grabbed one. Yeah. What do you mean small? That was kind of huge. Whoa, whoa, excuse me. Man, we got a lot of drops today. Kabua, 2 full origins. Got like 26 essences. Fuck, today's been a money day. I've never been so motivated to grind too. Knowing this shit is just around the corner, I got 3 more weeks to prepare. Could probably dump another trillion into or $1.5 trillion into the pile. Imagine if they did a costume price increase before they release that shit. Ooh, I'd be so happy. It's actually such a beautiful day outside, though. I like y'all. Don't get me wrong, but I'm kind of looking forward to ending the stream in an hour and kicking it outside with a beer in the backyard and barbecue. I actually need to do a little bit of yard work in the back. I want to mow the lawn, even though I just mowed it like 4 or 5 days ago. We've been getting like a good mix of sun and rain, so it's been growing pretty quick. And my daughter's supposed to have a bunch of friends sleep over on the weekend. So I want to make sure that, I know they're going to be spending a lot of time out in the backyard, so I want to make sure it's all nice back there. Are you planning on playing Sage as Evasion with the new changes coming? Oh, there's going to be no such thing as Evasion after the changes come. Everybody's both Evasion and DR. Menzies, you cannot help yourself, can you? You absolutely cannot help yourself. Okay, but if you can control yourself there, why don't you control yourself here? Why do I have to be constantly reminded of your depravities? Is that a word? Are you able to pluralize that shit? Does that work? Go with it? Yeah. I like it. It works for me. It articulates my point. I feel like it is him controlling himself. Well, technically you're right, yes, but you know what I mean. Hey, what's up, Archive? Where you been? I was just saying that the other day. I was like, where's Archive been? Did I say some nonsense that pissed him off? He hasn't been around in a hot minute. You gonna get some Miscellaneous dried meat? You know, I want it, but I feel bad, right? He's just trying to start up his business, and I don't want him to be sending me shit for free. But, oh God, I fucking love beef jerky. Also, you know, typically not a big fan of giving people my home address, you know, for shipping purposes. And give them a plug? Oh, I absolutely would do that. But I'm going to be completely honest. If it ends up being, like, really shitty, I'm going to be honest about it, too. Although, I don't know if I've ever had a beef jerky that I don't like. I've only had beef jerky that I like less or like more than each other. Fucking love beef jerky. Bit my lip. Beef jerky so goddamn much. Been a heavy grind that has led me nowhere. Still a lot to catch up. Yeah, true. The grind never stops. I'm preparing for all of that nonsense there on the side of the screen. All ready for solve offhand? Yeah, that's like the most important thing right now. It's just such a massive amount of AP. Who dat? Yo, Mr. D Jules, what's cooking? Good looking. How you doing today? I was lurking in your stream a bit earlier today. Saw you fucking around with Wukong a little bit. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, D Jules has been back messing around with BDO a little bit since Wukong was released. So I don't know how much longer he's planning on streaming BDO for, but if you want someone to watch earlier in the day, go and shoot him a follow. If somebody could do a shout out for him, that'd be great. Mods, where are you? Stop fucking slacking. You got your telescope and Elton piece in this long grind though? Hey, there you go. Thanks, Static Wing.
Oh. Oh, I love the changes. There were so many things that, like, it's a shame that it took this long, so
You know, I kind of hate giving credit to some of these things that we've been asking for so long, but I mean, better late than never, right? They don't deserve no credit. But like, this is one of those balls where you really can't make the claim that they're not listening to us. There's so many hot button topics between global global release of new content, resists being removed, mouse move being addressed. I would have rather mouse move be fixed, but it's clear, you know, it's been on their radar for a while now. They tried to remove it years ago, and they decided to scrap it, and I'm assuming they just attempted to fix it over the years and just could not do it, right? So unfortunately, I think the reality is, for more fair play, they had to just remove it. So I hope they get proper compensation, but the fact that it's being addressed is nice. The Alchemy stone changes, oh thank God, right? Like another absolutely fantastic change. So, like, these are all things that we've been just pleading with PA for a while now, and you know, they're doing so many of them. I'm really excited about it. Plus, you know, it's obviously exciting having more gear to progress towards, having the armors coming out and the offhand. That's exciting. The new Adana region, I think, could be super interesting. I feel bad for people who spend a lot of time and money into the Elk Zones, but this change was overdue. Yeah, I really hope that, just like when they added the pities for Debos, and they retroactively gave people some pity attempts for like all of the changes that were done, or sorry, all of their attempts in the last 6 months. Like, they obviously can't go back forever, but I hope they do the same thing for people who have been actively pushing for Splendid Stones, and at least give them some of their pities, you know? They deserve them. Attack speed is just such invaluable of a stat, and the Splendid Stone has additional AP on it, right? 5 more from the stone itself, like from the on use effect, right? A Vel only gives plus 8 AP on use, where this gives plus 13. So you lose 5 of that AP. So a Vel is only going to be plus 13, not plus 18 like people think. That's also assuming you don't get a bracket. I mean, the brackets in this range are usually only additional 2 AP. I'm not exactly sure what they're doing with the brackets, if they're keeping them or whatnot. But it definitely seems like they're doing a pretty big overhaul of how everything works. But 3% attack speed is just so valuable of a stat. Attack speed in general. And that's just with Splendid. I think at Splendid, it'll probably be relatively equal depending on if you're hitting the cap of a spot or not. If you're not hitting the cap, then it might be relatively equal, the attack speed and the AP. But if you're hitting the cap, then obviously the attack speed is far more valuable. And then once you get to Shining Stone, yeah, it's just Shining Stone through and through. In PvP, it's no contest, right? 1 second. So yeah, PvP wise, it's a no-brainer. Splendid, Shining, definite upgrade. PvE wise, I think it really depends on the DR of the spot. It might be equal, but I also don't think, this is my prediction, I don't think that they are going to want Vel's Heart, especially with for how long they fought us on this Alchemy Stone rework. I don't think they want Vel to be obsolete, the boss, or the stone. So I think that they're going to allow us to put a Vel's concentrated magic onto our Splendid and our Shining Stones to have the AP and the other stats. That might not come right away, but I do genuinely believe that that's coming later. And then they'll probably add some type of quest where you can extract the Vel's concentrated magic out of your Vel's Heart, so you don't have to get another one, right? Yeah. So, fun fact, I made this suggestion to PA 4 years ago now. Back when I was more actively giving feedback to PA through the partner thing. Yeah, I have timestamps and took a picture of it and everything. So, it's cool. It's cool that they're doing it. Like, the last thing they have yet to do is just add the ability to turn Vel into a reform. What's up, genius? This was my suggestion back in May 11th of 2021. That's what I dumped into the feedback. And then I even put like reasons why I think they would be good and such. Well, whenever I make a suggestion, I try to put more thought into it, right? I try to think of the positives, the negatives, and try my best to articulate why, you know, the pros outweigh the cons. It was also part of the reason why I improved my alchemy. Like, I'm not a big life skiller, but I still got to Guru 24 alchemy because I was like, if they ever do make it so alchemy affects you, improving your alchemy stones, I want to be ready for it. Music's kind of quiet. I just realized there's some gold bars here. Yeah. 1 more hour of grinding. You ready to redo a bunch of your guide? We might be getting nerfs tomorrow. Tomorrow's kind of the day where we're, you know, expecting some adjustments. AOS is over. I'm gonna be up bright and early. My eyes peeled to Global Lab, sweating buckets. I think even if they undid all the PvP changes they did and just kept the PvE ones, that would still be a net positive for us. And I'd be happy. As long as they don't make us worse than we were before the buffs, I'm happy. Am I heading out? Not for another hour. In about an hour I'm going. Right? That's what I'm kind of hoping too, Archive. Also with the pet adjustments too, right? With them adjusting summons so they all properly scale with offensive stats but no longer ignore DR. I don't know if that's going to be a net gain or a net loss. It might depend on like the class and how its summons are set up. But that might also affect us. The hell? Are they after me or is he chasing the other guy? I can't tell. I think he was chasing the other guy. They fucked up that pole, so I'll just go this one. Well, ignoring DR is pretty massive. Because the thing is your pets already do scale with your AP right now, but if they ignore DR completely, and the only thing they're not benefiting from is your damage modifiers, like crit damage buffs and back attack buffs and down attack buffs, then that will claw back some of that damage. Our AP is definitely going to go up, but everybody's DR and evasion is also significantly going up with the addition of the armors. Your pets already scale off of your accuracy, your crit chance, and your AP. They just don't scale off of monster damage. Sorry, they get affected by monster damage reduction. And they also, and that's the monster damage percentage. But also, they don't get affected by like special attack multipliers. How do you have 8k HP? Lots of gear. It's hard to tell if that's going to be a net gain or a net negative. But ignoring DR is crazy. When you even, like, doesn't matter whether you're an evasion or a DR build, you have a lot of DR. It is going to be super nice, though, to finally have summons. Like, the numbers on your summons will be directly comparable to the numbers on your abilities. Where it's like, right now it's very ambiguous, right? You don't know what is what when it comes to summons. So it'll be nice, like if you see 5k times 2 on an ability and 5k times 2 on a summon, you know they're gonna function, you know, similarly. That'll definitely make the game a lot more understandable to newer players too, who don't understand that there's, for some reason, this special effects on summons where, you know, even things like nighttime. Apparently nighttime was buffing the damage of our pets, and that's kind of hilarious. Yeah. The Serendia spots too, right? Like any of the Elvia spots. The Elvia buff just made our summons just feel like shit. Like, It'll be nice to have things functioning properly. It's a shame that it took them so long to do something like that. But better late than never. Wansu's cooking. So, I've seen a lot of people panicking about the Awakened Sage, or Awakening, sorry, ranged grab changes. And I'm like, don't sweat it. Like, it's very reasonable. Awakened Guardian's grab is a ranged grab too. In fact, like, if you consider the starting position of an Awakening Sage or a Lawn, or almost any other grab in the game, and Guardians, Guardian will grab you from even further than any of the other classes, except for maybe Corsair. But there's a bit of a wind-up to it, right? Which means that there has to be more intent behind it. You're not just willy-nilly throwing it out whenever you have a chance, because you can. You have to be a little more strategic with it, right? Or surgical, that you have to know, okay, that's an animation they're locked into. I can grab that. Where, like, Awakening Sage grab, Awakening Hash grab, Awakening Lawn grab, you're just throwing that shit out. You're throwing that shit out, even when it's on cooldown. And you're very rarely being punished for it because it is just so quick. Right? It's so difficult to punish that the only way to punish it is by accident. So, I suspect it's going to operate more like an Awakened Guardian grab, where there'll be that little bit of a starting wind-up, which I think is a very good thing. Awakened Sage's grab has always been BS. And you'll just have to know your matchups a bit better to be more effective at landing your grabs. Several sages who log grab all together? Well, that's completely troll. That is completely troll. Locking your grab as an Awakening Sage is just as troll as playing Zerker and never using Suck Zerker and never using Beast form. Did Sage get nerfed? No. Calm down, Strat. Maybe tonight. We're talking about things that they announced at the ball that will obviously be a nerf to Awakening Sage. I was just saying don't panic about the ranged grab wind-up. That's a good change. That means instead of just throwing out your ranged grab as like an Awakening Sage every time it's off cooldown, you'll have to actually pay attention to an opening or a locked animation before you throw the grab. You're going to have to know the matchups a bit better instead of just throwing it out all willy-nilly, which is a good change. And a good example, and you can probably contest to this, or attest to this, sorry, that like nobody would ever call Awakened Guardian's grab weak, but that's an example like of a good ranged grab that has a good wind-up where there has to be intent and knowledge behind it. Because if you just start throwing it out willy-nilly, you're going to get punished for it. And that's a good place for grabs to be in. That's how grabs should be. So I 100% support the nerf to range grabs. Yeah, but that kind of goes for all grabs, right? That's just a ping issue at that point. That's not necessarily the Guardian specifically. So many, like every grab in the game feels like bullshit when the person has super high latency, or if you have super high latency and you're getting grabbed. The crazy thing too, right, is like with Awakening Sage, is the grab is so fast to activate and so fast to cancel out of it that you have to have a pretty keen eye to notice it. And sometimes even with a keen eye, you can miss it with all the effects and stuff going on. If you play with effects on, oh, 100% you can miss it. Even in your own effects, right? Even with effects off, you obviously still see your own effects. Even that might be too much and you miss it. So, like, being able to better recognize when a Sage has attempted the grab and failed is, you know, it creates a better fair play environment. There's a bug with Awakening Sage grab right now, though, so I hope they fix that. And it's been a bug for a long time, but we finally figured out how to repeat it. So I made a video and reported it. No. It's your range grab not activating. It just disappears. It doesn't use it. Even though it puts it on cooldown and all of the conditions are perfect, it still won't grab. So basically you have 3 abilities that you can activate your grab even faster out of, right? So like if you do something, and I'm going to hold E. Let me throw up my UI here to show you, right? I'm going to hold E as soon as I do Divine Executioner. And you'll see I'm holding it even in the middle of Divine Executioner. But watch, there's like a delay when grab comes out, right? I'm holding E, delay, and then the grab comes out. It's a bit slower, right? All of that works fine. Any ability where there is that delay, the grab, whether it's ranged or melee, it comes out perfectly fine. You could even land and turn your camera and then throw the grab, and it'll do, right? Like it'll, let me show you, right? And I turn around, it turns and it does the grab, works perfectly fine. Now, if you try to do that same thing with either a Lightning Surge, a Bolt, or a Radiant Annihilation, and you flip your camera after any of those abilities and instantly grab, so watch, oh, and a Shock Relay. So, any of those abilities, like if I do this, but flip my camera to grab, it actually doesn't properly grab. Even if you are pinpoint accurate with where you throw the grab, and the person standing there 0 resists, it will fail 100% of the time, only if it's at range. If you're within melee distance, it will succeed the melee grab, but for some reason the range grab fucks up when you do that. And that's off of this ability, just a bolt. So anytime you guys, like if you play Awakened Sage, and like let's say you're fighting with somebody, and you bolt this way, but then you turn like that, yeah, even though your grab might have been perfectly lined up, it will not activate the range grab. Yes, when you whip your camera. Now, if you do that while moving forward, so like if I do a Lightning Surge and do a grab, it'll work fine. If I do a Bolt forward and do the grab straight ahead, it'll still work fine. If I do Radiant or Shock Relay and do the grab forward, it works fine. It's only when you do those abilities, quickly do the grab and rotate your camera, it doesn't activate the range grab. It doesn't strat. We tried so many different conditions. It just doesn't throw the grab. I thought maybe it's a visual problem. So like when you do that and you throw the grab, maybe it's turning your character on your screen, but it's still trying to throw the grab over here. So we tried different positionings around and nothing worked. Unless you're in melee range. If you're in melee range, it will do the melee grab perfectly. But if they're in range, and if they are at range, then it just doesn't grab, period. It'll only grab where you were originally facing if you're aiming at them. But it like you cannot turn, like it actually didn't throw the range grab there. So here, I'll just go to the BA and show you. Oh. But yeah, I made a video of it to show it. And then I submitted it. Because that's nice. Whenever you can create and repeat bugs, those are some of the easiest things to get fixed. Because if you can set it up in a way where even the GMs or the devs can repeat it, then they can figure out how to fix it. Honestly, one of the reasons why I think it bugs out is because off of those 4 abilities, you can grab so fast. So when they actually add the range grab windup, it might actually fix it just anyways. So this NPC, I use this guy. It's nice because I can show that from here. Let me lift my camera up so the wall doesn't fuck with my camera, right? I can grab him from here. No problem, right? So now, right? Like if I do a bolt, I guess I was just about to bolt. Let me just get my camera spin right. Watch. See? No grab. It just, the range grab doesn't work. And I thought, oh, well, maybe it's actually just throwing it in the way I'm originally positioning. So I tried it the opposite way, right? Where I go like this and flip in the opposite direction. I thought, well, maybe it'll still throw it in that direction and it's just a visual error that it's turning my character. But no, it doesn't throw it at all. But like, if I do the same thing and it's a melee grab, and then I turn, oh, grab wasn't ready. Oh, I fucked up the aiming there. It'd be cool if, like, they're in the training areas of the BA, you could actually, yeah, it's something like that, Strat. Right? So that works fine with the melee grab. But if it's the range grab, then it just breaks. Even if you aim it perfectly. I haven't checked to see if it's only when it's like close to 180 degrees. Maybe 90 degrees is fine. Let me try to find a good starting point. Maybe at this little line on the wall here. Let's see if it'll do it even at like 90 degrees. Yeah, that's pretty good. Actually, that was weird. It did the fucking melee grab. What the hell? Maybe I was... Could he move back? Is he just, like, sitting in the wrong spot? Fucking move back. Yeah, well, this guy's being a bastard now. No, actually, maybe that's the proper range. Why do I feel like I didn't bolt very far there? I don't know why it's doing a melee grab there. That is fucking weird. Do it on a different dummy? Yeah. This one kind of sucks because there's a bush in the way. But I could grab him from here. I like to use the wall because then I have a static distance, right? Maybe I'll do like a bolt length away from him, and I'll start at like his hip. Yeah, maybe that's the thing, right? Is it's forcing the melee grab. Here, let's do a bolt length away, and then we'll just stand there and do it slowly. So bolt length, and then we'll wait till grab comes up. Make sure that I'm within grab distance. That seems a little far. Yeah. This seems like it's better. This is probably within range. Yeah. Okay. I think it was about here I bolted. I'm using this rock on my left toe as a reference. Yeah, I could put my camera back down a bit. If I can rock on my left toe. That one was too far. Okay, rock left toe. Right there. See? Tip of that rock, my left toe. Using that as a reference. We're going to do it a couple more times, then I'm going to do it another time. Okay, we're just going to wait here. Because that was aimed perfectly. We're just going to wait here until it comes off cooldown. I'm going to try again, just to make sure that I was within distance. Yeah. So, like, it fucks up the grab. But once again, like, if it's within melee range, as you saw with that one, which was kind of weird, like, I don't understand. Let me try something else here. Yeah, it's still doing the melee one now. It had nothing to do with the camera rotating. I don't know why all of a sudden this guy bugged out. But he's just being annoying. So, yeah, anyways, I submitted that to PA. Hopefully they, like I said, it might even be, like, no reason for them to try to fix it, because maybe when they fix range grabs or make changes to range grabs in general, it might fix it anyways. But it does explain, especially with an ability that's as important as bolt, right? You're always bolting. Always bolting. And so you're very likely to be doing a 180 and trying to grab. And it explains why so many times, I'm like, what the hell? That was perfect. The hash was literally standing there in Serpent's Coil. I have all the ignore res. I have my Q buff up, so there's no way they resisted me. And that shit still, like, what? So it turned out I wasn't crazy. Well, ping obviously still affects it, but when you're fighting a mob, like, a mob standing still like that? Ooh, Bond, let's go. Well, that's the thing, right? Is it just depends on your aim with the person on your client. It basically challenges those two things against each other, right? So if the person does something and then they iframe it to avoid it, but on your screen, you throw the grab and you land it. Now the server has to make a split decision very quickly on which of those two situations was the real or the most accurate situation. And typically that's going to go for the person with the lowest ping. Well, I have really low latency, John, so... Right, I can only speak about my situation. Now, there is a very clear latency issue when trying to throw grabs against players with higher latency, where you'll have significantly more scenarios where it throws the range grab, and you land the range grab, but the person isn't in your grab, and you have to play out the whole animation while they're running around or doing damage to you or whatever, right? And that used to happen to me all the time, and it rarely happens to me now, unless I'm fighting somebody with really, really high latency. God damn, God King Carl, you are really trying to get kicked down a hole, aren't you? $300 strokes? God damn. So when everyone else does it, it's fine. The thing is, Carl doesn't do it every goddamn 30 minutes. Oh shit. I fucking got an eyelash in my eye, I think. One thing to understand too is when they nerf grabs, right? There's no mystery that like Awakened Sage's grab is a much more narrow grab than like Awakening Lawn, which is like a fucking 120 degree radius grab, or not radius, angle grab, right? It covers like 120 degrees in front of the lawn, where Sage's is, you know, significantly smaller. And because of that, we have dead zones right near us that are pretty hilarious. One second, I got a streamable showing, right? That like right here. Yeah, this has been a thing that's been in the game for a long time, Moxito. But yeah, like not all grabs are the same, and like there's so many classes in the games with grabs that NPC there would have been grabbed. Even melee grabs grabbed that. Warrior would have landed that grab. Zerker would have landed that grab. Practically every other grab in the game would have landed that. Ours is much more pinpoint. But right, maybe that'll be the thing they do, is like they're like, okay, Awakened Sage has one of the fastest and fastest cancelable grabs in the game. If we're going to remove that to make it more in line with other grabs, then maybe we'll make it a little bit more wider like the other grabs. So it may not come without compensation. I'm perfectly fine actually if it comes without compensation. Like I said, I think range grabs they can be bullshit. I think grabs in general, where you just throw them when they're off cooldown and you can have moderate success instead of actually having to know the matchups, I think those grabs in general are bullshit, and Awakening Sage's grab definitely lands in that category. Yeah. That is a really weird grab because that should have landed. That was a that should have even been a melee grab. I don't know what the fuck happened there. That is so weird. The only thing I could think of is maybe resist. I'm trying to see your buff bar to see if you have your Q buff up. Do you not have your buff bar anywhere on your screen? I see Electrify on cooldown. And it looks like it's still up. Well, no, I guess it's about a quarter of the way past. It's about a quarter of the way off cooldown. 3-minute cooldown. 30-second buff. No, it's definitely not being used right there. So you don't have the ignore res there. How much ignore were you running in your gear? Were you running Elcars? Or what are they, perforations? Or that might have been just a straight up res. So you're running the ignore res boot crystals and gloves? Because the thing about Zerkers is they're all of those fucking losers are running 12 hooms. Yeah, like that grab looked good too. Maybe it does it with impaling too. But like that man was clearly standing there in lightning prison. So the only thing I can justify in this situation is if you aren't running enough resist, ignore res, then maybe you're just getting resisted. But both of those grabs did look good. So there's only two explanations. Either resists or they, the bug. But like the first one didn't even meet the criteria of the bug where it's involved with whipping your camera around. The first one, that was a straight hop forward. That looked clearly like it could have been a resist. I'd be interested in seeing the crystals that you run. Oh my goodness. Wait. Why is that picture so high resolution? What the fuck? Why does that picture look so high res? Wait, you used AI. I just realized these containers here aren't even the exact same containers in the picture. Ah, look at the black spirit. It looks so dumb. Here, let me show you guys. Oh shit. Look at this. This looks like a salt shaker or some shit. I don't know what the hell this is. And like, what is this black spirit stuffy? What happened to it? This doesn't even look like Gumiho anymore. It's like, god damn, my chest isn't even that hairy. What the hell? I wish I had a carpet under there. Even this is incorrect right here. This little thing doesn't have that lip on it. But it got this, baby! Actually, it almost looks like it says, hi, Dad. Made the beard more beardier? Yeah. Well, if my beard was more beardier yesterday, I actually gave it a fat trim last night. Oh, what was that last one you linked to? One sec. Sorry for the... Oh, don't apologize for the spam. I love this shit, right? Yeah, like, that was a perfectly fine sideways dash, too. Yeah, like, that grab, once again, it didn't look like it fit the criteria of the bug, so I don't know why that shit whiffed. The, At this point, the only thing I wonder is if maybe those are resists. If you're not running L cards, that's fine, as long as you're running the resists elsewhere. Like, if you're running 4 max, and, like, maybe the plus 15 perforations, you still have a low chance to be resisted if they're running some res. You also don't have your Q buff up there. Because, like, every single one of these streamables you showed me, you don't have your Q buff up. And if you're not running Elcars, I have a feeling you're not capped on ignore res. So maybe these are just the situations where you're getting resisted. Unless you're running both the glove and the boot. Ignore. You know what would be interesting? I don't know if you have it, or you know the game it was, or if it was close enough, but if you could go into the replay, especially with that Zerker grab, and if the replay is available for that, it would be interesting how... Because this is what I find cool about the replays, is the replay is like the server's interpretation of the match, not either of the players' interpretation of the match, right? So whenever I see funky shit, it's kind of cool to go to the replay and see how the server interpreted what happened. So, like, I don't know if those matches are available for you to see that. It also happens sometimes if I get knocked back as a grab. Let's see. Nice little flow, little knockback. Yeah, see? So now I'm convinced Impaling Flash does have the bug, because that is the exact bug that I was talking about. Do you know if that Zerker match, let's see, where was that first streamable? Okay, here it is. Let's see, Striker hash Sage. Let's see if there's a Striker hash Sage. I want to see if we can watch that from the server's perspective. Damn, is there no strikers? Damn, it's not in there. What about the impaling flash one you just showed me? There's Deadeye hash Sork on your team. So let's look for the Deadeye. Oh, is this the one? Against Deadeye Dosa Kuno. Yo, this is actually that match. I want to see how that looked, because that was the Kuno you did that to, right? Let's see. Memento Mori. Yeah. That was the Kuno. Let's see what that looked like from the server's perspective. Well, let's hope the game doesn't crash. Okay, so let's see. You're on round 3. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Oh, right down to the wire, too. And then let's go to the Kuno's perspective. Why isn't it letting me switch to him? Oh, it's not letting me watch other players' perspectives? Shut up! Let me see if I reload it. No shot. 44 seconds? Kind of annoying that these replays have version issues. Yeah. Yeah, I am 100% convinced that the Awaken the Impaling is the same bug as those other abilities. Because that's exactly the bug I'm reporting there, where you whip your camera around 180. Looks like it's still bugging out. It's not showing any of the other people. Well, that fucking sucks. Oh, well. So yeah, maybe this bug with Sage will get fixed with the changes. When it'll be a nerf, but I mean, if there's so many times where I've experienced shit like that and I'm like, what the hell? And like some of those can be attributed to resists, but some of those, yeah, I don't know. Some of those definitely look like they're the bug. You know, I should actually just end stream here. I just noticed the time. It's like 5:30. I want to go do a little bit of dinner prep, chop up some lettuce, chop up some tomato, get the cheese ready. Maybe see if I have any bacon to throw on the grill to put on our burgers. I don't think I have any bacon, though. Maybe I could... No. Let's see. I could send you guys over to Divios again. He's doing some grinding on the Wu Kang. You guys want to see Wukong? Who do you guys want me to raid? Who do you guys want to watch, I guess, is more important. A Kiwi? How much an hour you grinded today? Oh, too many hours. Like 8 hours. I've been grinding like a fiend today. I want to see a real human being. Okay, well, maybe we won't do Kiwi. It's kind of hard to find real human beings in like Like, almost everybody's a VTuber. There's Wakayashi. C-Zane's like a hybrid between a VTuber and a real person. What else is there? Oh, Shimmy's on Awakened Sage. Ah, look at that. What about Rathian? I don't get the VTuber thing, man. Never watched him. I understand it. The, wanting to remain anonymous. There's a lot of weird people on the internet, and I completely get it. I completely get not wanting to have yourself out there. But I think it definitely does potentially stifle your growth. Like, from just wanting to remain anonymous, I completely understand it. Now, when you start sexualizing your avatar, that starts getting weird to me, but to each their own, right? You know, don't hate the player, hate the game. Reality is sex sells. I'm gonna send you guys to Rathian. I haven't rated him in quite a while. He's a pretty fun guy. You finally found a picture of how a few people see me? Wait, how's that? Yo, link that in chat first, Nekutsumi. Yo, that is a sick picture. What? Yo, that is sick. God damn, 1 second. I want to cancel the raid. I want to show this first. Holy shit. I am saving that. God damn. That is some nice salt and pepper in the beard, too, there. Holy fuck. God damn. Is that how you guys see me? Look at the picture, too. It's like, what is going on in the corner there? Oh, my God. Right? Like, where'd this guy come from? Right? And then look at this guy. Holy shit. Wait, why did it take the N out of there? Can we get that dead eye? I know, right? God damn, that dead eye. Look at them hips. Yo, man. Maybe if I shave my head, what's the over-under on me looking that badass? This might be accurate. Maybe there's like a dent there. 0. 1 out of how many? You'll just look like an egg? Do I have a gamer dent? Oh, I'm sure I do. I am sure I do. You would look like Blue Squadron's cousin? Oh, fuck. Okay, never shaving my head. Never shaving it. Never shaving it. That is a sick picture, though. Goddamn. I certainly have a dent in my hair. My hair's kind of a mess in the back right now, but... As you can tell, I woke up this morning, I put my fucking headphones on. I ain't styling my hair for you guys. Are you kidding me? Am I trying to fuck you guys? No, I'm not. Goddamn. Okay. Let's get that raid starting again. Okay, thanks for hanging out, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful day. We'll be back tomorrow. I want to get on bright and fucking early, you guys. We're gonna look at the aftermath of our destruction. The developer gods are coming for our head tomorrow. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, you guys. Much love to all of you. Thank you so much for supporting the stream so tremendously. Now go check out Rathian. He's going to pull off some dance moves for you guys. Guaranteed.